Alright, so it does look like I'm streaming. I don't know, having a little bit of a technical difficulties again, but I guess it looks alright. Okay, so sorry for the abrupt and strange introduction. Welcome back to another episode of Fear the Old Lore, where we do examine the lore of Bloodborne, often comparing the English version of the game to the Japanese text and Korean on occasion as well to gain a more informed understanding of the game and its mechanics. Yesterday we started off by going through the League quest line, stamping down 5 vermin, talking to Walter before heading into the fight with Lawrence, the first vicar of the Healing Church in the DLC. We also summoned Walter for that fight to just show off that when you do complete that League quest line and inherit his iron helmet, that he has 2 eyes himself, and we get to show off a little bit of his model there. And after that, we went into the fishing hamlet, completed Adeline's questline with the Milkweed Rune, and then uh, concluded the episode by fighting the Orphan of Kos, where we inadvertently came across a glitch where it just stopped attacking in its second phase. So we got some really, really good close-ups of that. If you happen to miss out on that, it is on the VODs for review. And so today we are going to kind of come to the end of the playthrough and just kind of look at some of the things that we haven't completely finished off so far. So for now, we're going to go back into like the Insight Bath to look at Maria's set, and then go finish off Brador's quest line in the little underground jail in like for Yamamura. And then once all of those things are done, we're going to head back into the Nightmare of Mensis, fight Mergo's wet nurse, and then dispatch the Brain of Mensis and talk all about the lore of the nightmares and everything connected to those. So, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and go back to the Insight Shop to purchase Maria's set from the little messengers. We actually have a lot of insight at this point in the game, having defeated so many bosses and gone to so many areas. And so, excuse me. Let's go ahead and look at the set. So pretty much the description is the same on all of the items for the most part, just a very subtle differences between calling it like Maria's hat or her garb or gloves and trousers. So among the first hunters, all students of Gehrman, was the Lady Hunter Maria. This was her hunter's cap, crafted in Canehurst. Maria is distantly related to the undead queen, but had great admiration for Gehrman, unaware of his curious mania. And so, I did talk about this briefly yesterday when we were going through the fishing hamlet and looking at the accursed brew, as well as the kind of decapitated skulls hanging off the trees in the various parts of the little village there. This final line about being unaware of his curious mania is what I would say would be like an actual mistranslation. Um, the Japanese for it is very clearly that she didn't know the mania of his curiosity. Though, actually, now that I think about it, I guess in this sense, curiosity could be used as a kind of modifying, like, adjectival phrase. Um, Maybe I should reconsider this. No, because wouldn't this be a not adjective? I'm not sure. Let me double check this. So Koki is inquisitive and it is a noun, so I guess to make it an adjective, they could have just used the no particle to go with that. So yeah, maybe this is a little bit more ambiguous, that maybe the English translation might be right, that it is a curious mania, although to me it makes more sense that she wouldn't know about the mania of his curiosity. So his curiosity's mania. I don't know, so that's just kind of interesting to think about. Either way, I do think the idea would mostly remain the same in that like Gehrman is the one who most likely forcibly searched the eyes of the eyes on the inside of the skulls of those residents of the fishing hamlets. I think the really big difference between what I would say like my interpretation would have been would be that with Gehrman having maniacal kind of curiosity that would go extend a lot, like not medical research, but just kind of like research in the sense that Bergenworth was conducting it into like looking into the supernatural, whereas Curious Mania makes it sound a little bit more vague in that it might have been limited to certain functions. I'm not entirely sure, so I'm not terribly fond of that English reading of it, but I guess I can't definitively say that it is wrong. I'll look into it a little bit further to see if there's maybe some things that I'm overlooking. I'll look into like more Japanese grammar guides to try to reconcile it. But the way that I would normally read it for sure would be that he had Curious Mania, but alright, so that's enough for that, and going back to the description itself, this also confirms that Maria was related to Canehurst, and that since she is related to that undead queen with her garb being crafted in Canehurst, it is most obvious that she should be thought to be the relative of Queen Annalise and not necessarily Queen Yarnum. And as I mentioned yesterday, she's the collateral relative of the Undying Queen, so probably like a cousin or something like that, not quite so directly related to her. Right, so that is it with the Maria set. And we looked at the Rakuyo yesterday, so I'm not too worried about that for now. So we'll just head back into the underground corpse pile to access that little jail between the areas there. So we'll open up all the cells, free Yamamura, and encounter the fourth invader version of Brador.
Shrouded by night, but with steady stride, coloured by blood, but always clear with mind, crowned unto the church. Beasts are a curse, and curse is a shackle. Only ye, the true blades of the church.
So this is Yamamura. We did show off a little bit of it from like the outer portion of the cell, but he is kind of banging his head against the wall there. And so it's pretty likely that Yamamura isn't fully sane himself, and the way that he's pounding his head against the wall might be reminiscent of like one of those NPCs that we find in the Cathedral Ward who we can't send to a safe location. We do hear the same kind of thudding coming from one of those residences.
Shrouded by night, proud to be only.
And then now we can hear Brador's bell as well. Maybe, and this is just like completely tinfoil, I just thought of it off the cuff right now. Maybe one thing that would have driven Yamamura into banging his head so often against the wall could be that the damn sound of Brador's bell might actually reach him and be part of what's driving him insane. You don't have to believe that at all. I don't. That's just kind of a weird thought that occurred to me right now. So if we try to talk to him, we don't get any prompts that come on the screen. So the only thing we can do with Yamamura is kill him and then loot his set from his body. So we do get that blood jug, the Yamamura hunter hat, the khaki haori, the old hunter armbands, and wine hakama from his body. And I'll go ahead and look at that after we deal with Brador over here, just so we don't have that bell coming over everything. So that is the threaded Kane's R1 spam when it goes right, and then when we kill Jura in the underground cells, we do gain his final item, Brador's testimony, and then we can go into a cell and confront him in a moment. So before looking at Brador's testimony, let's go ahead and examine Yamamura's set. So there is a bit of a difference between a few of the descriptions. The Haori and the Hakama seem to be pretty identically the same, as a matter of fact. So his armbands and his hat are slightly different. So this is Yamamura's hunting hat. It's a standard hunter's hat worn by Yamamura, the Wanderer. This hat and staff were given to him when he became a hunter and confederate of the League. So this might be why the hat doesn't really seem to match up with the aesthetics of his Haori or his Hakama, which are more like traditional Japanese clothing designs, which tipped some people off into thinking that FromSoft was going to release a game like Sekiro after Bloodborne, uh, potentially in the style that like the Marvelous Chester's attire was more reminiscent of hunters, like in Dark Souls 1. That might have been how they came to that conclusion, but I don't really know, or that I'd be comfortable with like making those kind of claims. But I mean, some people are right, so they can go ahead and put a feather in their cap as far as that's concerned. So here's the Kaki Haori. It's garb of a distant eastern land, worn by Yamamura the Wanderer. This eastern warrior pursued a beast for honorable revenge, then became a hunter of the League, but when he stared straight into impurity, it drove him mad. That, for the most part, the description is pretty close to the Japanese. I'm not too worried about the name. I think calling it a Kakihari is a good choice, even though it's a little bit different. Like the kanji that they use for it is like literally like nightingale, and so it's supposed to be like the same color of a bird, I suppose. So it's as you might guess, it's a kind of brown bird that's a bit more specific to Japan, but that wouldn't exactly be appropriate for like every region that this game was sent to. So that's probably just went with khaki instead. Um, Before going into the final line and just the concept in general, I'll go ahead and read my Japanese just to get maybe a little bit more context. Not that I really think it will add a lot, but just it might help a little bit. So, when he pursued an enemy beast, he later became a hunter of the League, and thus, looking directly into dregs, he went mad. And so, going back into what I've mentioned before in relation to the League, this idea of impurity for the English translation is related to stagnation or potentially dregs, or like the sediment that would sink to the bottom of a stagnant pool of water. And why he would look directly into it and how it would cause him to go mad might seem a bit hard to parse at first, but the idea that the nightmares or the supernatural in general is linked to impurities, especially in blood. It does go like hand in hand with going mad, and that's why people who came into contact with the arcane with Bergenworth would use sedatives to kind of calm their frayed minds. Uh, I don't know if that would have saved Yamamura or not, or exactly what kind of impurity or stagnation he looked into, but it's probably related to vermin and potentially where they come from. And taking that concept a bit further, that's probably related to like blood dregs or something along those lines. So the other maybe like most interesting part about this item would be that uh, Yamamura is obviously from an eastern land, but it does say in like both languages that he was pursuing a beast. The Japanese doesn't mention like honorable revenge, so I think that's just a bit more of like a stereotype that they put into the English to kind of make him sound a bit more Eastern at a glance. Because not everybody is going to know that like Haori or Hakama are types of Japanese clothing, and so that could have just been to kind of reinforce that in the minds of the Westerners. But nonetheless, like where this beast came from, we don't know. Does this mean that beasts are in lands other than Yarnum? If so, how did they get there? Did they originate from Yarnum? These are all really important questions that we don't really have answers to, unfortunately. So, one way that I do kind of take this would be in conjunction with certain items like the Executioner's Gloves or like the Logarius Wheel. When certain things have been like covered in blood for a long time, it seems as though they can become more and more similar to the kind of old blood that we have coursing throughout Yarnum. And so I don't think that beasthood would necessarily be localized to only occurring in Yarnum. And if the conditions were right in other places in this world, you could probably have beast and or even great ones appearing in other lands as well. And so that's something that I get from this set right here. As to whether or not there is like an organization to the beasts worldwide, I would be a little bit skeptical of that. So maybe what Yamamura encountered was just like an individual beast, but we really don't know. So I think that was about all I wanted to say with his set. As far as his character goes, when we do kill Yamamura here, this allows him to become summonable for some of the NPC boss fights. You can summon him for the bosses in Yahar Ghul, specifically the One Reborn and the Dark Beast Parl. And why that is a bit of a head scratch. We summon him after we've you know canonically killed him, or at least maybe one of his astral projections in the nightmare. You'd expect that you wouldn't be able to summon somebody that's already dead, but again, when we do look at the item descriptions for like the Moderous Whistle, it says that we summoned the snake from the nightmare, and the snake had died long ago. So maybe there is a kind of afterlife associated with the nightmare, and we are able to summon Yamamura from the dead. If not, the other, I think, tenable interpretation could be that we're probably summoning a Yamamura from a different world, although we can't necessarily prove or disprove that either. But Yamamura isn't the only one to be summoned after they've quote unquote died. We can also summon the old hunter Henrik if we help Eileen kill him in the Erden Chapel as well. And we can summon Henrik for like the Shadows of Yarnum and somebody else, which I can't remember off the top of my head. And so, hello Sundry Saturn, welcome back to the stream. It's definitely nice to see you again. And we're just kind of wrapping up some loose ends for the DLC before heading back into the base game. And so I think that was everything that I wanted to talk about with Yamamura. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't look at his armbands, but so these are old hunter armbands wound tightly to prevent infection with the scourge. Of course, the idea that the scourge was infectious was pure hearsay. So the Japanese for this is very similar as well. It says, though contagious itself was merely a baseless, wild rumor. And so this does remind me, I don't think I actually read the decorative Old Hunter set, because we didn't talk about how Beasthood would crawl up the leg, which I think is with that set. So let's go ahead and do that now. Oh, wait, no, maybe we did. Oh no, we only talked about like the top hat. Okay. So let me pull this up again. So this is decorative Old Hunter garb. Old Hunter garb decorated with brass trinkets. At the time, some hunters believed that certain metals would ward off beast blood. On the night of the hunt, it is no wonder that people would resort to superstition. So maybe it's just a regular Old Hunter set, which I don't know where it is off the top of my head. Am I missing it? Trying to remember where they are. So no, they should have been right above. Oh no, this is from Yamamura set. Duh, we just literally looked at that. Okay, so the Old Hunter set should have been above the decorative one. So okay, I am missing the trousers, I think. So actually, I think I have to look that up where that is. It might just probably lying around somewhere in the Hunter's Nightmare. Oh, they're by the crows, isn't it? Okay, yeah, yeah. I totally forgot to get those, and I mentioned that I was gonna grab them when you did it. All right, so anyway, going back to at least Yamamura's armbands right there. Um, I do think it's likely that he has these old hunter armbands because the Haori and the Hakama didn't cover that portion of his body, and so they're probably something he picked up after arriving in Yarnum. Is similar to his hat, and so that's how I'm gonna look at it. And okay, before going for those silly little trousers, we're gonna go ahead and finish off with Brador's quest. Kind of jumping around here. That's okay though. That's kind of the point of this section of the stream, just wrapping up what we haven't done so far. So his testimony is a bit different from the rest of his set, and so it does have some good info to look at. So, the scalp of a horrible cleric beast, indicating that Hunter Brador, a healing church assassin, had killed a compatriot. Afterward, he wore his ally's own scalp and hid himself away, deep below in a cell. The church provided him with a single, soundless spell of death to ensure their secrets would be kept. Going into the Japanese for that, I think it was the same. Yeah, for the most part, it's the same. Like the same ideas get across. When we do look at the testimony itself, it's a lot smaller than the kind of cleric beasts we've encountered so far. We don't even find even smaller Yarnamite enemies, which kind of match this description. You'd think it'd be about the size of a beast patient, or maybe even like one of the red kind of looking transformed Yarnamites that I tend to call Beast Boys. Um, so if the cleric beasts had become were at least smaller towards the beginning of the hunts, that could be supported just by like the visual presentation of this headpiece. And what was I gonna say about that? Oh yeah, so like the what is it? The sword hunter badge, and I think it was like Ludwig's rifle. Talk about clerics transformed into the most hideous beasts. So I think it's the rifle, and that might be operating on maybe an old description. Now that I think about it, oh, I don't have it in my inventory. I have to look it up. So Ludwig's rifle exhibits several departures from the workshop's design, suggesting that the church anticipated much larger inhuman beasts. So that could have been a reference, including how the the style of Ludwig's hunters started to diverge from the normal hunter workshop, and that they were seeming to come into contact with larger and larger beasts. That uh, it was likely that the sizes of the beasts increased to what they are today as far as the hunt goes. So Brador could have faced a smaller cleric beast, I suppose. But that's just kind of a conjecture based on some of the texts that were given. We don't really have full answers for that. As I mentioned before in yesterday's stream, some people think that Brador might have killed Lawrence, since that's the kind of only other cleric beast that we can find in the DLC portion of the game. I don't really believe that, and I don't really have like a good reason not to. But by the same token, I don't really think we have quite enough evidence to fully support the idea that Brador would have killed Lawrence. So that's just kind of how I look at it, especially if we consider like Lawrence's real world, waking world skull is on display in the Grand Cathedral. I suppose this could have been taken from it, but it just doesn't seem to line up with what we've got, unfortunately. So, all right, with that, I'll well and good. Let's go ahead and talk to Brador himself using that cell key that we picked up from Simon.
Well, well. Look who's here. Welcome to my quarters. I've never entertained a guest before. Are you going to kill me? After all you've done, kill me? As if to right your wrongs.
So this is one of the dialogues that I really like in the game, where the kind of NPCs we face will question the hunter's own morality and our own choices that we've made throughout the night of the hunt. There is a bit of a significant difference as far as the Japanese goes when he says, "Are you going to kill me after all you've done, as if to right your wrongs?" Um, so the Japanese is more like, so you're going to kill me for your own twisted sense of retribution with your own, like by your own foolish actions. So he just kind of mocks the player and our sense of revenge for the fact that either like he killed Simon or that he's continued to invade us, I guess is what they're trying to go with in that version of the game. And so that is a bit different, and it does kind of take away that whole thing about Brador questioning our sense of justice to a certain degree. So with the way that it's read in English, as if to right your wrongs, it sounds like the player should be feeling some sense of guilt over perhaps like the Orphan of Kaz or some of the other enemies that we fought throughout the night. We don't necessarily have to have killed the Orphan before coming here, so that's something to consider as well. But he does just kind of have that difference, which I think is a bit noteworthy.
What is it? Aren't you going to kill me? Or perhaps beg my forgiveness? Well, leave off.
So his dialogue for there also differs slightly. When he's talking about what's done is done is a little bit different, where instead of that he's more like to kill me would be like putting the final paint of coat on, and so that's kind of more of like an idiomatic expression. It's more like putting the final nail in the coffin of stupidity, I guess. So he does continue to mock the player a lot more in Japanese, and whereas he sounds more resigned in English. So let's go ahead and look at his final bit of dialogue.
What is it? Oh, well.
Okay, I guess it only appears when you kill him, so that's all well and good, because that's what we need to do to kind of like finish off this quest. I guess we could leave, but for the sake of the lore, we're going to continue our kind of a murderous rampage and kill him. So before doing that, we can look at his kind of bell. When he shakes it, we see that it kind of creates an ominous red ripple in the air, which does signify how like the bells have the ability to ripple between dimensions. And so even though he stays in the nightmare when he invades us, it does show at the very least it can bend like the fabric of quote unquote reality, or like whatever plane you're on. So there's a lot of religious symbolism as far as the bells go in Bloodborne. So he does have his set on most likely. And so maybe I'll be able to show it off and determine if this is the old. Okay, yeah, so this is definitely the old variant of Brador. When he does invade the NPC, his like beard there will be like a darker color. He'll be like a younger version of himself, which does make sense in a way. So it seems like whatever function the bell has, it doesn't really send Brador physically to where he is going. It's probably sending like his inner self, his astral projection, or maybe even like a sleeping consciousness to do his bidding and be the kind of assassin for the church that can continue to invade whoever transgresses into the hunter's nightmare. So, Devin guy, it's always nice to see you. Welcome back to the streams. We are just kind of tying up some loose ends before going back into the base game and finishing off the lore through. So we just did Brador's dialogue right here, and so we're gonna kill him to get his final line.
Nothing changes. Such is the nature of man.
So there does seem to be like a little bit of a That's weird. So he seems to have a bit of a discrepancy in his spoken dialogue versus the written one. It says nothing changes such as the nature of men, but I would swear that he said such as the nature of man as far as like his spoken dialogue goes. The Japanese for that is pretty much exactly the same. It's like this changes nothing. That's the nature of man, isn't it? So definitely consistent between the two versions. And killing these NPCs does give us some more blood dregs. We got one from Yamamura and Brador as well. And to kind of finish off his set and round out everything that we can learn about him, we can pick up his weapon, the Blood Letter, which is a really cool. I tend to think that the shape of it might resemble that of the Hunter's Mark as well. Obviously not as exaggerated as far as the outer edges go, but there is a little bit of a resemblance, at least before it transforms. The name for it is more like the Bloodletting Hammer in Japanese, and so I do like the name Bloodletter in English, but it's not terribly important to know that it's a hammer, I suppose. But anyway, going into the description itself, it says that this is the demented hunter weapon brandished by Brador, the healing church assassin. The bloodletter assumes its true and terrifying form after it draws upon blood from the inner reaches of one's body and soul. This is the only effective means of expelling tainted blood, or so Brador, isolated in his cell, continued to believe. So I really do like the description overall. This does give us a bit of an insight as to either Brador's personal beliefs about the nature of the blood, or potentially some more of the Yarnamites' beliefs in general, in that they might have actually believed in different kinds of blood, like the old lonely old deer does say like the foreigners are the ones who've tainted their blood. A lot of the Yarnamites will say like this is all your fault when they encounter the hunter out on the hunt, and so there does seem to have been some propaganda done by the Healing Church about bad blood. So for Brador to believe it himself might be a little surprising, just because you'd think if he was like the top dog assassin for the Healing Church, he'd probably be a little bit more privy to its inner secrets, especially if he's supposed to be guarding them. But maybe not. Maybe he is just kind of an adherent of the church and doesn't quite know the significance of what he's protecting. So, Devin says that's the second time an item description has body and soul in it, if you remember correctly. That actually does differ slightly in the Japanese, and I was going to get into that, but you do stoke my curiosity, so I'm going to go ahead and actually look that up. So the Canehurst badge has heart and soul. Okay, the Bone Ash mask, which we do not have, has body and soul. A ceremony of flame that cremated body and soul. Yeah, so it looks like both of those are just a little bit of translation flares to make it sound nicer or flow a bit better in English. And I don't think I'm seeing any other versions. Okay. Right, so yeah, going back into like the Japanese description for this, this does interest me because it does differ quite a bit from the English, and I don't really know what the significance of it really means, to be quite honest. So this says, and this will sound a bit strange, but this part is accurate. It says this is the mad hunting weapon of the hunter Brador, assassin of the Healing Church. So the weapon itself is described as being mad, which is a bit strange. Then it says when its insides have sucked in blood to its heart's content, its horrific true form will be revealed. So that is quite a bit different from that English translation there. I think the English does a really good job of like localizing it though and making it immersive to the players though. So I don't really fault them for that. But just the idea that perhaps like the bloodletting hammer or the bloodletter, sorry, does have a heart of its own, even if it is like metaphorical, is kind of interesting to consider. And what it means by insides, they use a word which is a bit more like literally supposed to be taken as like the guts, the bowels, or like the intestines of the item. So the item itself is almost described as almost like being a living organism of its own. And so maybe the idea is supposed to be that it came from a beast or potentially a great one, and maybe it is alive after all. I don't really know. It's something I haven't considered, but I suppose honestly that would make sense. Like I wouldn't expect like an inanimate object to be able to grow so many sizes more to do what it does. So, hmm. Devin says that he might be dumb, but he's confusing the text. The late powder kegs, bless their souls, had a motto: "If a weapon ain't got kick, it just ain't worth it." You could have sworn it said body and soul in it. Demented means driven to behave irrationally due to anger, distress, or excitement. So I think it's just referring to the weapon art. Stabbing yourself with a hammer to empower it seems pretty irrational. And you've tried to tie the bloodletter to the bloodletting beast somehow, but it was in vain. So yeah, that could be an interesting tie that say like the bloodletting beast that we face in the chalices was killed in like the waking world. If you don't necessarily believe that the chalices are part of the waking world, that wouldn't necessarily mesh with like the scalp that Jiro wears, because like the bloodletting beast doesn't have those kind of deer-like antlers or moose-like antlers, I guess. But yeah, the more I think about it, I think the more I have to become convinced that the bloodletter itself must have come from a beast or a great one that we just have no information about. But I did say like it does describe the weapon itself as being mad, but um, by that same token, it could be that since like when you use the transformed version of the bloodletter, and I think it's the L2, that it can inflict frenzy, which frenzy is a bit synonymous with madness in Japanese. Maybe it's supposed to be like a kind of callback to that mechanic, but it's not like the maddening weapon. It's literally like the mad weapon. So yeah, that's just a bit strange. Or like the mad hunting weapon, I suppose. And then Devin says, but getting rid of the bad blood to allow for good blood to come back indefinitely ties to themes in the game. So yeah, and so like that whole idea of letting out bad blood and bad blood in general does get reinforced in a few different places, like the masks that the Knights of Canehurst wore or rather were used to ward off like bad blood or blood of ill intent, and so that idea was a bit prevalent at times, and so I do suppose that might tie into like going back into the Hunter's Nightmare and actually picking up that set of trousers, which I forgot to pick up again. So we're gonna go ahead and do that next, just to show those off, and complete everything over there. And then I think after that we will head towards the base game again. Or before doing that, I might just hop onto a different character to show off some of the other items which I don't have on this character, like the Madman set or like the Bone Ash set that we can get from the Chalice dungeons. So that might be the way to go, since this is a bit more of like the odds and ends portion of the lore through. And so that way, once this is over, we can just kind of go back and do like the main story. And it is a little bit annoying that you have to go through the game in this way to make sure that the doll will have her dialogue about Gehrman after the Orphan of Kos, because if you kill Mergo's wet nurse first, apparently she will not say that. So that's kind of why we went with this seemingly odd order to begin with in completing everything over here. Oops. Double oops. And so I pointed this item out way earlier. I think even like when we're it's literally like on this cliff over here. I forgot about that old hunter again. Whoa, that was dumb. So it seems like the dodges for that old hunter were also like quickened slightly, like he kind of like teleported between a few places. But I don't think he has red eyes, so perhaps quickening really was a skill that many of the old hunters were able to use. Let me try to see him use it again. Okay, yeah, so they have like that kind of black mist instead of like a white one from the old hunter bone. Oh, guess I was too soon with that. Alright, I'm not going to worry too much about it. So, okay, these are the silly trousers, which I forgot to pick up. The old hunter trousers. And the reason why I've actually bothered to go through and pick this item up manually is because it really does have some of the like most interesting parts of the lore for the DLC. Oh, and I guess I forgot this corpse. Not too big of a deal though. Devin says that you wish there more sets had like varying descriptions. Yeah, I know what you mean, but by the same token, like it does get a little bit tiresome. I can understand like the fatigue of like trying to write them all individually. So, but yeah, extra flavor text is always nice, especially for like FromSoft games. So the doll's asleep, but now we need her. Of course, I should have remembered it was near the top. Alright, so here's what we just picked up. So these are old hunter trousers that protected countless hunters from the beasts in an older age. A widespread belief of the period was that beast blood crept up the right leg, and this led to the double-wrapped belt. So I did want to talk about this pretty much right after looking at Yamamura set, because they did kind of have those superstitious beliefs shared between them. This idea that beast had crept up the right leg could be related to how the hunter uses blood vials, because using them, we do kind of literally stab our right leg, and so if beasts are obviously related to blood, and if we inject blood into our right legs, that might have been kind of like the thematic inspiration behind that text right there. So that is a really cool detail, I think, for just like the mechanics of the game intertwining with the lore. I always love seeing how that fits together. And when we do look at the icon itself on the left over there, you can see like the two little straps going around that leg. So maybe you stabbed it in between them. I don't know, but Sundry asks, "Is it true that Miyazaki wrote all the item descriptions?" I did look at the one interview that I've mentioned a couple times with Yamagiwa. I think it was like the 5th year anniversary interview, where he mentioned that all of the flavor text was written by Miyazaki. I don't know if that's true for the DLC, but yeah, uh, as far as I know, it is true that Miyazaki did write all of the text descriptions for the items in Bloodborne. But whether or not that was the case for like all of the Dark Souls or like Sekiro, I'm not sure. I think there's reason to doubt that he would have done it for Dark Souls 2 at least, but we could be wrong about that. So, yeah, quite thrilling. So, going back to Yamamura's set right there, I just wanted to remind myself what was going on with the little arm piece. Okay, so the idea that the scourge was infectious was pure hearsay. So Devin says if he didn't write them, they were certainly at least approved by him. Yeah, I think just in like the broadest sense of the word, of course that'd be true. Like they were given his blessing and his go ahead during development. So I don't think there's like any reason to discredit the canonicity of Dark Souls 2, since FromSoft have stated multiple times that it is canon. But whether or not like people want to go with like more word of God and hold Miyazaki is like greater than the work itself. I mean that's kind of their prerogative, but just not something I would necessarily do. So Devin says the localizations do have differences though, but that's just translation for you exactly. And some of it, like when I was first looking at a lot of these descriptions, I was a little bit bewildered by some of the scopes of the differences, where like you really shouldn't get these kind of translations from English when you look at the source text. But then once I did start looking at the Korean for quite a lot of things and seeing that the Korean matched up the English in places, it did help me kind of pull my perspective back out and realize that the localizers were probably given a very short amount of time to go through a massive body of text and to try to make everything mesh together, or they were probably not very familiar with the context of the game, which I mean that's just kind of true for almost any project that you're given and you're only given like the text for it. Localizers very rarely have the chances to actually get a full-on like hands-on experience with the games directly to see where everything fits together. So it is kind of a miracle that so many games do work out and flow so well. And I think if this were like really any other game where you don't have to literally comb through every single word to try to figure out like any hidden meaning or nuance behind it, that Bloodborne would have done completely fine. But just since like the nature of all of these FromSoft games are so cryptic, like I do really think it does have a very large impact on understanding the game as a whole. Um, but of course, that isn't necessarily limited to Bloodborne. There really are some kind of like infamous mistranslations or things that just didn't quite work out um, all over the place in kind of like gaming culture in general. So whether that be like Woolseyisms, like calling an enemy a spoony bard instead of like some other kind of insult, or your base are belong to us. The scope of things can really differ between games, and so for the most part, I think if somebody did not have any understanding of the Japanese text here, which I mean is obviously like most Western players, Bloodborne can still stand up very strongly for its own. It still does have maybe not like the most cohesive narratives in the base version of the game, but by the same token, because this is presented as a more like cosmic horror or Lovecraftian kind of game, like a lot of people tend to overlook that kind of weakness in its writing, just because it is a little bit it is a little bit like on brand and on theme for that variety of the genre, I suppose. But uh, obviously, like I'm not super into that camp. Like I do want to get into like what the developers had to say, or like what I believe the developers wanted to say, and so that's kind of what's inspired my look into the lore and these kind of lore throughs that we've done so far. So, what was I gonna do next? I think that was it, and we were gonna go back into the Nightmare of Mensis next to finish off Mergo's Wet Nurse. But before doing that, let's go off and finish all the like little odds and ends and just highlight some of the items that I can't use on this character and some of the items that I don't have on this character. So I'll go ahead and load up an older save where I do have like mostly everything. I don't think I have like the Ring of Betrothal on this character since I had to reload my save state. So I lost some progress when I was trying to like finish off that last lore through and accidentally ended the game before I meant to, but it's all good. I can read it off my sheets if I need to. And so as far as some of the items that we don't have access to in my version of the game that we've been looking at so far, we've got the Madman set and like the Bone Ash set. And Gammon stuff we don't have yet. Maybe I should look at them now, or maybe not. Yeah, I'll hold off on that until like New Game Plus. All right, so this is the Bone Ash Mask. You can obtain these from some of the Thumerian Firekeeper looking like enemies. I can't think of the names right now. Guardian of the Lost Lords? No. Watchers of the Old Lords? I think something like that. Wow, I can't believe I can't remember it right now. So, Keeper of the Old Lords. Duh, it's the Keeper set. I just read the description. Right, so this is a mask made of bone ash worn by the oldest keepers. The keepers who mined the slumbering great ones gained eternal life, preserved in ashen form in a ceremony of flame that cremated body and soul. The long, pointed hat is a symbol of the old keepers and is considered evidence of their companionship, forged in a certain sin. Yeah, thank you, Sundry, for the name there. I did manage to remember that, thankfully. And so, the armor is a little bit different. It's just like the last little paragraph between the rest of the descriptions does differ. It says, so now their frail armor is white and sinewy, a window into an arcane lost art. So I do have a certain amount of things that I want to talk about with the Keeper set right here. So yeah, Devin, this is what I said. It is in like the Bone Ash set, so that's the body and soul that you were talking about. So it does show up a few more times at least. So body and soul, yeah. As far as the hat is concerned, the final paragraph is different in that it says like the large sharply pointed hat is a symbol of the old watchmen and can be considered proof they were some kind of sinner. So this idea that it was forged in a certain sin is kind of wrong. Yeah, so the Japanese is very clear that it's a certain variety of sinner is what they were. So it seems like the Thumerians probably took people that they jailed, maybe like prisoners of war, people that they considered sinners, and then they did perform a lost arcane art upon them to um, give them a kind of a eternal life in an ashen form, which is really interesting because obviously like Bloodborne isn't exactly connected to Dark Souls, and so this ceremony that they've conducted seems a bit similar to like pyromancy, and I think that idea also gets evoked by just the appearance of the set as well. Like these creatures do look quite a lot like witches, and with their really big brimmed hats, they kind of almost look like a pyromancer that you would expect to see in Dark Souls 3. And going back to the description in general, it says the Watchmen who protect the sleep of superior beings have their bodies and souls baked in hellfire and are said to have gained eternal life as ash. So it's pretty close to the English there. The final portion is like, therefore, this armor is now nothing more than brittle, sinewy, white bone ash. But even now, the arcane of a lost skill we cannot comprehend remains. And so, it does show that the Thumerians did have a grasp over the arcane, which has been lost to the present characters of the world, and that uh, that would have possibly been like one thing which the researchers of like Bergenworth or the Healing Church may have been trying to gain access to by attaining more kind of like transcendental thoughts from the exploration of the underground tombs. So Devin says the sin bit really makes people want to believe that the keepers are tied to Dark Souls somehow, and the pointy hat, I guess. Ooh, you like that a lot more. Yeah, so I think we're probably more on the same page. Like I know so many people really want like Dark Souls or maybe even like Demon Souls to be connected into Bloodborne, but uh, I think you really have to stretch the narrative of all of the games to kind of make the mental gymnastics to make that work. I'm not fond of it. FromSoft themselves have denied that the games are connected, other than like as far as like Easter eggs are concerned. So I consider like those kind of callbacks or references to just be more like Easter eggs. Uh, on the parts of the developers, like when we look at like the controversy that like the Wandering Wayfarer in Duracine, or I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. I've never even like really looked too far into it. Or like the Seafaring Slug, whatever it's called, and like the little doll in there. Like those are just supposed to be like nodbacks to Bloodborne, but people took that extremely far, and so they had to like make an official like press announcement that like there was no Bloodborne 2 in development because the fans just really took like that kind of iconography and just ran with it. And so, unfortunate parts about like dealing with like the Soulsborne games, it's like the fans are so passionate for the games that they really just want more and more of them. But I can't really blame them to that regard. Just just dial it back, I guess. Don't know what else to say. Mbasa. Yeah, oh yeah. Sundry brings up a really good point with that. Especially in like the alpha version of the game, you had I think Gascoigne and another NPC that would say Mbasa, which is a heavy Demon Souls reference. So everyone's like, oh, it's Demon Souls 2, it's Demon Souls 2, but um, at least as far as like in the official like media goes, both Miyazaki and Yamagiwa have stated in multiple locations that when they were approached by Sony to create a new game for the PS4, they really wanted to create a new game for a new kind of hardware architecture, and so that was how they came into this project. I do think that is a little bit sketchy when we look at some like the cut content enemies. Like there's like a few demons that have like a couple heads, but other than that, and like the whole Mbasa line, like I really do think that Bloodborne was meant to stand alone once it became like probably greenlit to be its own game, or like that they were going to make another game aside from Dark Souls 2. I think they probably just kind of had those assets for like the demon um, probably started on just like as a side project or something before they really had like a finalized idea of where the direction of their next game was going to go. But again, that is just a bit more of my conjecture, and you don't have to buy into that at all. So, Devin said that you're pretty sure that wearing the mask makes you look like you have six eyes. Yeah, I love the dudes in Dark Souls 1 at the archives, like the channelers, like the Siege channelers. Yeah, that's kind of a good point. Actually, let's go ahead and equip it just to show it off. I really do like that set. It looks super cool. Unfortunately, I just don't think a lot of the pieces work well together with other items for like the whole like Fashionborn set. It's gonna be at the bottom. I wish I was better at navigating where each item was. I don't really feel like exploring the Chalice dungeons for fairly obvious reasons. We did show that off at like the end of the last lore through, so this is the set that we get from it. Maybe the player version isn't doesn't have 6 eyes, but the enemies do. Okay, so yeah, like there's like six, oh no, 8 eye slots. But yeah, it's a super cool set for sure. Very Halloween centric. Right, so 8 eyes, damn. There is an old Nintendo game by 8 eyes that I had as a kid and just never got very far into at all. It was extremely hard for 4-year-old me. What else don't we have in the? Oh, I should probably look at my inventory. Okay. So there's the Bone Ash set and then the Madman set. I remember I wanted to look at. So that was the Madman set. I think that was only the ones that we don't have. Okay. And so we could also get the Madman set from the Hintertomb chalices. Once you get into the final layer of those, you can find a a Madman enemy and is like a little escort. And once you beat them, you can buy these from the Insight shop. So more eyes, they said. You love the description of the Madman's garb. Okay. Let me pull up my spreadsheet before reading this. All right, so most tomb prospectors, members of the Healing Church chosen to explore the old labyrinth, are unable to withstand the weight of the old knowledge and go mad. This attire is worn by those lost souls. Truth oft resembles madness, inaccessible to the dull of mind. Those who go mad are merely thoughtful souls who failed to reach any conclusions. This is actually, I'm sure it probably really isn't a surprise, but this is one of the kind of hardest descriptions to parse as far as like translating it from Japanese and English. Just because that I really don't know what to say about it. Like there's kind of like a lot of really heavy concept uh, uh, packed into a pretty small amount of space. So, as you might imagine, the tomb prospectors being unable to understand the or withstand the weight of the old knowledge. You might guess from just what I've talked about on previous streams, that is a reference to the arcane. Shinpi does appear in this context. What I have for this description is like many of the gravediggers affiliated with the church who lurk in the underground ruins are unable to endure arcane enlightenment, and it causes abnormalities to their minds. So I think overall the message between them is similar, but it's just one of those inconsistencies which does reinforce quite a lot of the kind of imagery that we do find pertaining to Bergenworth, this time applied more specifically to the Healing Church, but all of it is connected to like the Thumerians and the kind of supernatural forces that are present within the Chalice dungeons. So Devin says, "Goddamn, you forgot just how many descriptions mention souls in this game." Yeah, it does come up quite a bit, and so um, I think they tend to use souls occasionally for a kind of substitute for like an unspecified being or beings, because sometimes it isn't always clear, and so you might not always want to say like people in a game like this. So I think that might have been maybe a little bit of a safer option for them to have gone with in terms of translation. Um, but as far as this goes, the Japanese says like これはそうした異常者の hold on, I can't read the kanji. I'm blind. No shozoku de aru. So yeah. So this is like it says like it is literally the attire of those like abnormal ones, and so like abnormal is just like what they call the madmen. So or like those who became madmen, like that, I guess. Actually, just let me read my translation. It's probably easier to do. So yeah, this is the attire of one of the madmen it happened to. So they are like literally called madmen in this context. So I don't know why they went with souls here. probably just to turn up the immersion, I guess. Um, the final paragraph is pretty hard to suss out. I'm not entirely sure if I really like what I have for it, but it is at times truth resembles madness and is unrelated to the comprehension of fools. However, madmen are ones who weren't even able to attain anything, and so I think Aruki has his done as well. So I'll actually go ahead and read his just so you can get like a third version to compare everything to. So I'll read his entire description right here. Abnormal One's Hood. Grave robbers are affiliated with the Healing Church and delve into the underground ruins. Many of them are unable to bear the knowledge of holy mystery, causing abnormalities in their consciousness. This is the attire of these abnormal ones. Truth sometimes resembles madness, with no connection to the understanding of fools, but these abnormal ones simply fail to arrive at anything. So, I think Aruki and my translations are closer together. The only like real difference would be that instead of him saying like uh, the knowledge of the when I say to endure arcane enlightenment, he just says unable to bear the knowledge of holy mystery, and so holy mystery is kind of a more literal way to read Shinpi, like Shin in that context is like related to divinity and like gods, and the P character means secret, so like holy mystery, like holy secret, divine secret. Uh, that is kind of what arcane means in English at times, so that's just the real difference between ours. Devin says that he's always interpreted as such that whenever someone joins our world, that's their soul and not their body. Cut dialogue from Garriman also states that the hunter's dream is where their souls end up, you're pretty sure. Hunters are held here to be sent on horrific hunts, their souls rotted by blood and madness. Yeah, and that does tie into, I think, what the doll says in some cut content as well, where it's like a dream for the sick, but what I've talked about in like previous streams in general is like the dreams do seem to represent a kind of literal and metaphorical ground between life and death. And if you take the concept of like consciousness and unconsciousness to be metaphors for life and death, respectively, dreams kind of exist like in between both of those. So if you're not conscious and you're not unconscious, you're kind of you could say like a dream is between those two states, just as like I don't know, like a dream is in between life and death. And so with the hunter being able to be sustained by the dream, like we can't die for the night because I guess we're dreaming, so we're not really facing like the physical consequences of our actions, I guess. But yeah, it's just one of those things which is a little bit hard to get across. But I think if you like think of these dreams in Bloodborne as similar to something like on a Nightmare of Elm Street, like I don't really see how you can kind of go wrong with thinking of it similarly. To be quite honest, of course, though, if you die in these dreams, you can still live. That's like only the real difference. But like you can essentially like pull items from the dreams, or even people from dreams, in like a Nightmare on Elm Street into the real world, the waking world, and that is kind of true for Bloodborne as well. So Devin says it also helps explain Maria and Gehrman a bit. It makes more sense if we encounter their soul and not their waking selves because they're dead. I agree with you there. I think Gehrman might physically be in the Hunter's dream, um, probably because of the moon presence, but we'll get into that later, I guess. And Devin says, you think what I'm describing is a huge key element that most people either just don't understand or skim over. Yeah, I think it is very easy to skim over, and I don't really blame people for it, just because like for the most part, like these Souls games are kind of just like action games and arcade games in that respect. So a lot of people just are really more engrossed by like the gameplay, and they just kind of take the fact that like if you die in a game, like respawning is just like a natural thing for games in general, and so they don't really think that they need to explore. There's a bit of lore behind it. Um, so that was the hood right there, and it is the same as the other parts of the Madman set. The only different one is the garb here, and it also has something that's really cool to kind of look at. So This is a attire worn by those lost souls. The appendages draped across them are said to be a kind of protective charm, or at least that is what these lost souls believe with all their hearts. And so the Japanese that I have for that would be: could the coiled tentacles be some kind of protective charm? At least it may be what madmen undoubtedly pitifully believe. And so I know that doesn't sound very fluent in English, but that is what it says. Like sometimes like a one-to-one translation isn't always the best thing in the world, but it does seem like the madmen themselves believe that like these kind of coiled tentacles are a kind of protective, like magical charm, and these coiled tentacles themselves might be related to phantasms, eels, or like snakes. It's a little bit unclear. Since they are called tentacles, though, I am less inclined to believe they're related to snakes. So take of that what you will. Ruki's translation for that is: the wrapped tentacles may serve as some form of protection. At least the abnormal ones lamentably believe so. So that is the kind of a madman set there. I think that was all that we don't have access to, except for like the weapons that we haven't looked at quite yet. And I think the only one that we don't have would be the Beast Hunter Claws, or not Beast Hunter Claw, but just the Beast Claw. I'll look at those in just a moment. Devin says, yeah, you tell people all the time, that the stories in Dark Souls and Bloodborne are fitted into the gameplay mechanics that FromSoft wanted to have in play. They just did it really, really well. Yeah, I agree. Excuse me. Beast Claw. So, beastly weapon wielded by Irreverent Izzy. Crafted by chiseling the long bones of an undead dark beast and fastening them to the weapon, the bones are still alive and when unleashed grant its wielder a spurt of beastly power. As flesh is flayed and blood is sprayed, the beast within awakens, and in time the wielder of this weapon surges with both strength and feverish reverie. So I'll be honest, like I just love the kind of the writing there on that like final paragraph. It just flows extremely well. There's I don't think it's alliteration, but I can't think of the word for like that you'd use for like the vowels, like flayed and sprayed. I mean, obviously it rhymes, so maybe that's what I'm looking for. But it just flows extremely well, in my opinion. So I really really like that description in general. This does help reinforce the idea that like beasthood is about like kind of almost like hedonistic pleasure in like the ripping of flesh and bone, and really engrossing oneself in the hunt. And so they do a really good job with this description. My translation for it is like a beast weapon used by the apostate Izzy, and an abominable undying black beast, its long bones stolen, amputated, are tied together in this weapon. Still alive upon release, the user is guided by a temporarily bestial nature. Bestial nature means becoming stimulated by rending flesh and spurting blood from attacks. From their continuation, the user may obtain more power and more pleasure. So, the Japanese is a little bit clearer in that it kind of talks about like continuing to attack and continuing to hit your opponent does kind of build up the beasthood meter. That isn't super clear with the English translation, although that doesn't really bother me, just because it's kind of like you can get the beast blood petals way before you can get these beast claws. So if you didn't learn about the mechanic before using this item, like it's not that big a deal because it was never explained that well to begin with. So yeah, don't really know what else to say about that. Devin says also referring to the claws giving you the beast blood pellet effect, but yeah, written super well. I agree. Um, I guess as far as like the name goes, like irreverent Izzy is more like apostate Izzy, but that's not really a big deal. It's just a little bit clearer in Japanese that like he probably renounced his faith as opposed to like never believing it, I guess is what it means. But I'm not super familiar with like the intricacies of like the meaning behind like religious words and what counts as in like an apostate or a heretic. I mean, I do know them to an extent, but I don't know like if that's always like the most proper perspective on them. I guess is what I'm getting at. Like I had no idea of like what the hell a pontiff was when I was like looking into like the translation for Pontiff Sullivan, but and like how that's different from a pope. But I guess there are those kind of differences, or like exactly how a bishop is different from like a cardinal. Like those kind of like intricate details I don't know about super well, so I have to look them up for myself. So Devin says the beast claw describes the beast blood pellet effects better than the beast blood pellet description does. Lol. Yeah, sometimes that tends to happen. Irreverent is showing a lack of respect for people or things that are generally taken seriously. So Izzy was like, hunt beasts? Nah, become beasts. So okay, yeah, that would be kind of a bigger difference in that like with him being an apostate, like he was kind of rejecting the healing church. And one idea that I did have potentially about Irreverent Izzy could be that maybe he was the suspicious beggar that we kill, since there's that kind of connection between beasthood and embracing it. But there's really nothing to reinforce that. I think in the cut content version of the game, Irreverent Izzy's role was a bit more shared with Gehrman's. It seemed like we would find him either in like the Hunter's Dream itself or in the abandoned old workshop. We would talk to him, and he would mention about like how he was jealous of us being able to like talk to the doll. He sounded very young though, and he was kind of ultimately cut from the game. Um, this isn't like super important, but it's just kind of interesting to see like how they kind of reused names and like move them around to different places to just kind of like make things work for them. FromSoft tends to do a pretty good job of that, of like recycling assets or ideas and putting them elsewhere. So I don't know if like that very early version of Izzy was still supposed to have been related to like the Beast Claw. I'm just gonna doubt it. He seemed much more like a proto Gehrman kind of character. So Devin says Izzy is also kind of related to the powder kegs in a way, judging by his garb. They were also considered heretical. Yeah, and like the whole powder keg thing is kind of weird to think about as well, because if I remember correctly, when you look in the storage, all of their items are related into the healing church category. So workshop, our hand weapons. So I don't think we get the beast claw here. So, but like the Tenitruses, and that's stated to have been by Archibald, and he was supposed to be an eccentric of the Healing Church workshop. So maybe eccentric is supposed to be taken as heretic in this context, because this is a workshop weapon. And then when we do go look over here, the church our hand weapons, we don't get the powder keg weapons, I guess. Did I skip over them over here? I think they might be classified as... Oh no, the boom hammer. So, and the stake driver. Yeah, so these are definitely the powder kegs. So I don't think they're supposed to be like workshop heretics. They're probably like healing church workshop heretics, and they just don't do a good job of like explaining that in the Japanese. And so I don't think that's like an issue with the English. Like it's just too vague in Japanese. So, wow, Devin, you never realized the storage sort of things like that. I don't blame you, and I realized like how that might have come across. Like, it took me a really long time to discover this as well. Like, I don't think I would have noticed. I saw somebody on like the subreddit Discord point that out sometime, and it kind of blew my mind that oh shit, maybe there is like a more of an organization to being able to like figure out like the factions of hunters, and so yeah. So I do think we have reason to believe that the stake drivers were probably healing church heretics. They were most likely descended from the Oto workshop, and the Oto workshop almost seemed to have been descended from Canehurst. Because I don't know if you're here on the stream before. What is there besides workshop? There's like the Oto workshop. There's the healing church workshop. The vile blood weapons. And I guess those are like the specific ones, and then there's like the miscellaneous ones, I think. So I guess there's no miscellaneous weapons, but you have other attire. So that's where you'd get like the Bone Ash set, the Graveguard Mask, Butcher set, so like League kind of stuff, I guess. The Madman set, the Mensis Cage, which is interesting because you'd almost think that this would be like Healing Church attire, but I guess not. And so the student uniform would be more Bergenworth attire and not Healing Church, I guess. So I mean, it does make sense for like the attire and the way that it's organized, but actually, let's look at the church attire to see if like the Charred Hunter set or like Jura's stuff is over here. So no, okay. Going to the workshop attire, I'd expect the charred stuff to be here. Yep, because it does say that it's fashioned at the workshop. So that kind of stuff does align together. I don't think there's any other like specific powder keg items to kind of highlight that. The Ashen Hunter garb. So yeah, I think with this we might be able to more or less definitively say like the powder kegs probably weren't really affiliated with the Healing Church, but by the same token, it is a bit weird because we know like the Healing Church abandoned Old Yarnum, but maybe because of that, like it was forced and thrust upon the powder kegs as a result of them abandoning it. I don't know. So yeah, uh, one of those kind of mysteries of the lore that the community really has to piece together for themselves. So, Workshop Church, Vile Blood, interesting. Laughing your ass off. You wondered if the Harrow set counts as church. You wonder if it works on Adela. Huh. Yeah, let's look. That'd be kind of funny to try. Maybe she recognizes the whole ball sack on the Harrowed set. Who knows? Unfortunately, this set won't be available. Um, Also, I probably wouldn't do New Game Plus, but yeah, that'd be kind of funny to see too. Was there anything else besides that? The Rikuyo is the Vile Blood set, which is no surprise whatsoever. And so, like the Writer Palash, oh yeah, what I was trying to say to you, Devin, is I don't remember if you were here for the stream when we talked about it, but when you look at I guess the key items aren't sorted in here. That's interesting. When you look at the um, depiction of the Oto Workshop badge itself, the Firing Hammer badge, this Firing Hammer itself is kind of repeated on the Evelyn as well as the Writer Palash weapons themselves. You can't really make that out in the game itself. If you have access to the art book, you can look in there. So a firing hammer is like what charges the primer on a bullet, which allows like the spark to kind of form in the cartridge itself and to like start the combustive element into firing the bullet. And so uh, with the Oto workshop being related to like the powder kegs and explosives in general, that's what it represents. And so this design is pretty much lifted right off of like the Evelyn. Maybe we'll be able to show it off, but I don't think you can really see it. Yeah, no, the angle's not good enough. So, any idea on the etymology of Oto? No, it's written in katakana, which is like what they use for loan words. So it could mean just like sound, but beyond that, I don't know. I don't think sound is particularly likely, but whether it means like auto, I also don't know. They don't use like the small Tsu character, which makes um, um, I don't know how to say it, like not like a glottal stop. I can't think of the term right now, but like a double consonant sound. So it seems more like Oto, like OTO, and not like OTTO. Um, yeah. So unfortunately, I really don't have any kind of insights into that. All right. So that was the firing hammer badge. And I don't think there were any other weapons that we haven't been able to look at. If there's any other ones you want me to look at how they're sorted at, since we're already doing this, go ahead and let me know. So maybe they just put some of the miscellaneous items into the church category because we get the Amygdalin arm, the Beast Claw and the Cause Parasite into the church right-handed weapons. That's what makes the most sense. Maybe. I guess I would have expected them to put them in like after the Vile Blood weapons, just because that's right before you get into the left-handers. I don't know. It's really weird, but I 1,000% don't expect like the Beast Claw or maybe like the Amygdalin arm to be part of like the actual church gear. Okay, so that should be all of that. I think. I guess now I can go ahead and show off like some of those arcane tools that I'm not able to show off on my other character. Unfortunately, I don't think my character's current blood tinge would be enough to show off like the what's it called? The blood tinge weapons, and so like the bloodletter. I can show off the Chikage, I'm pretty sure. Not that it's too big a deal. So this is the choir bell. We can use this to heal ourselves. Oh, I guess we haven't picked this up yet, but I'll just go ahead and show off the effect now. And as you can see, we ring this bell and we get this like kind of swirling arcane kind of mist surrounding the character. And okay, these are the executioner gloves. They will shoot out these kind of skull-like projectiles, which look like what Logarius shoots. Let's fight. And Devin says a quick Google just supposes that sound noise is referring to the powder kegs and their affinity for explosions. Just funny that the piercing rifle is all you get for it. Well, you also, you get the whole delayed Molotovs and the delayed rope Molotovs. But yeah, really not a whole lot to the Oto workshop, which I'm surprised they didn't give them like the boom hammer or something else, because like the piercing rifle is really minor and actually really easy to miss, just because you might not even look in the shop at that point in the game for it. So this is the Black Sky Eye. We did see like the white church garb hunter using it in the Nightmare. Shoots a tiny little orb. And so this is the Beast Roar, one of my favorite tools. You can knock back projectiles and knock down some of the smaller enemies. It's really good against Queen Yarnum herself and some of the hunters. And Devin says the delayed Molotov is usually the most disappointing part of the DLC. Yeah, it's a lot worse than like the regular Molotov. At least like the rope Molotov can kind of be used for PvP, but just like they're really trash for PvP in general, and it's a little bit shame just like how useless a lot of the consumables really are. What other? Okay, we got the Accursed Brew, the Empty Phantasm Shell, which I didn't show off. It'll coat the weapon in like arcane stuff. Augur Vibritus, Call Beyond, and the Tiny Tonitrus, I think might be it. Or is there something else? Oh, the Modern Whistle. Okay. So the Accursed Brew uses something that's a bit similar to like the skulls that you can see the kind of priest fishman using in the fishing hamlet. You throw like a kind of grenade of like a skull that does arcane damage. It's white and black and purple. So an arcane weapon that might not be related to blood at all would be a potential reading for that. Using that coats our weapon with this blue aura. I don't know if I can show it off very well. Just gives a little bit of arcane damage to our weapons. There we go. Nothing too fancy. We also do get that little sound effect with it. That does remind me, I should be able to show off the Rosmarinus. on this item since I couldn't on the other one. The Augur of Abratus shoots out these tendrils, which shouldn't be too much of a surprise to those who've seen like Mikolash use them or any of the other hunter NPCs. So this is the really cool one. I'll call it Beyond. This will like shoot an arcane star of like a bunch of lasers, and I guess if you look at it from like the top of the player, you can even see like the star formation. You do actually hold up like a little bit of a phantasm when you use this item, which is also like a neat little detail that there are like some really like close-up stills that you can look up online. Alright, so with this, it should like resemble the star pattern that you'd see on like the arcane stat. Yeah, I don't know how well you saw it, but it does use that form. I should have used more things for that. And so this is the Moderus Whistle, which we saw Yamamura, or not Yamamura, but the Moderus younger twin using. You can also damage the player. And it summons a snake from the kind of nightmare, which we might already be in, but don't think about it too much. And what was the last item we needed to look at? I don't remember. Oh, the Tiny Tonitrus and the Messenger Gift. Oops. We've already seen the Tiny Tonitrus used by one of the enemies in the Yargul section of the game. It just makes a really cool beam of lightning. Super cool item. And was that it? Oh yeah, the messenger gift. And then the Rosemarinus. So this, we can be turned into kind of messengers, only for appearances. It looks like we have a note, so it's a pretty good way to potentially dupe someone that you're trying to invade to kill them. We can walk around a little bit, but if we move too fast, we will kind of revert into our human form. You can also continue to hear like our footsteps. So trying to use items does kind of dissipate the effect as well. But maybe we can use the monocular and then transform? Alright, so it puts the monocular away. So let's go ahead and equip that Rosemarinus to try to show off like its choral effect, which I've talked about a few times. Alright, here we go. So maybe I should just pull it a little bit more from the storage, but that does show off like the kind of a choral effect that would kind of tip off associations with the choir. Actually, I should buy a bunch. And since it is a choir item, that does kind of go hand in hand. Angel Thump, Arya's Angel Thump. So, here we go. So that kind of effect might be similar to what kind of sounds we can hear, like coming from the doll when we try to channel our blood echoes, or even what we can find in Ariana's blood vial when we use it.
Well, what? Very well.
So I think I'm ironically like 1 point away from being able to actually wield the blood letter to show it off. Oh no, we're good. Oh, maybe it's the Logarius wheel that I can't use. God damn you, Miyazaki, Arias, Ariana. I did mention it yesterday, like the names for Ariana, Adeline, and Adela all do come from a root which does mean like noble. So like the Blood Saints do have that in common as far as like the etymology of their names are concerned, and so that does tie them together as being Blood Saints, and just kind of sharing that theme in general. Whereas like Annalise, I think means more like the royal one or something along those lines. Don't fully remember. Ariana means very holy, as far as you know. It probably does mean that as well, but just noble is kind of shared between them. Like Ariane or Ariadne, I don't really know like where the like base Latin or Greek root comes from, but it is present with all of them. So we do. Oh, I didn't have enough HP, so stabbing the blood letter inside of ourselves did end up killing us, which is perfectly fine for being in the hunter's dream. Very forgiving environments. But we do see that it does grow. It does seem to be alive, which might actually be true. Um, okay, it's still transformed when we use it. And so, as we see, it is kind of similar maybe to um, um, like the Chikage, although it doesn't really seem to be made out of like full-on blood. I don't really know how else to describe it. It's a little bit hard to show off in the camera frame. It also does remind me of like a blood gem. So let's go ahead and just like look at one. Like the base ones, it does kind of have like a similar shape. Um, so maybe that might have been like part of its inspiration. Let's look to see. Okay, I don't have any special blood vials on me, which is it's not a big deal. I was hopefully going to be able to show off like Ariana's chiming, but I do have like a video of that saved onto my YouTube as well, if anybody's interested. And so I think those are all the items that we can show off. Let's go ahead and try the Logarius wheel. Oh, okay, only 10 points. Okay, so this is what it looks like when we trick the Logarius wheel. It is covered with these kind of like blackish red mist. And I think when we spin it, well, it doesn't look like we actually get skulls in it. Oh, a few of them. Oh yeah, we gotta spin it a lot. Spin to win. There you go. So you get these kind of like skulls popping out of it, and I think the general idea behind these skulls is probably similar to what we can see coming out of the Ritual Blood Tier 5, which is a really cool detail, and so I think this just kind of reinforces that like if blood echoes are like what makes the blood work, that that's what makes like the Logarius wheel work, because it's kind of possessed by the old wills and the spirits of the people that it soaked its blood from, and it's probably not something that would be limited to Yarnum, because that ties into what we find with the Executioner gloves as well. So since this is like a blood change item, it will kind of drain the player's HP as we continue to use it. Deaths too. Nice, one of your lore videos has 1,000 views. Yeah, this is the first one. I don't really think people like watched a lot of it, but I mean, it is a huge time investment, so uh, I'm not too upset. I will try to make some more like actual like short content videos in the near future once we get some more like footage and I make some more like scripts and learn more about video editing. So I did want to go ahead and actually equip the bloodletter again because I did want to show off like the frenzying effect of it. Not just stabbing myself to death. Oops. When you press the L2 into the ground, it does inflict frenzy on the player. It doesn't necessarily always use like the full-on meter, but yeah, I don't really know what to make of that, to be honest. Like it's just I don't really know where that sense of madness comes from. Maybe that might play into like uh, releasing bad blood from the player, and so Brador may have been right in his beliefs. And so, if bad blood is related to impurities, that would certainly flow together nicely, just because the impurities in the blood are like what Yamamura probably ended up looking at. Impurities in general are highly related to the arcane. When we look at like the blood dregs and all of that tied together, and so if we are just being exposed to like a massive amount of like um, impurity, that would be potentially like a huge injection of just like the cosmic arcane force in Bloodborne, which does make people go mad from time to time. So 2 deaths for being in the Hunter's Dream on a little lore through. The sacrifices that we make to show off the lore, I guess. Um, oh yeah, and I did not show off the cause parasite because we didn't have the arcane necessary for that, so we can go ahead and show that off here as well. Definitely want to get my couple 100,000 echoes. Oh, I used some, so. Oh, yeah, I could show off some more of these runes, which I didn't get on my playthrough. They're not too important. I talked about them on the last lore through, so I'm just going to leave those for B for now. And when we look at our weapon, we're kind of like holding this weird like little tentacle. I should probably just unequip my chest right here. So if you equip the cost parasite without the milkweed rune on, like you won't have all these like weird things coming out of your arms, but you still will have like a. No, I'm just. Let me rephrase that. So if you don't have like the milkweed on, there will be like no interaction from like the cost parasite. It'll seem as though you're holding nothing, as though you're just using your fist. I actually don't know if that still modifies your damage. I'm pretty sure like Meph's wiki would talk about that, but you do get this like coiled tentacle coming off your body. When you press the L2, you can quote unquote transform them to like make more tentacles pop out of your body, and so Sundry says, lol, leaving a bloodstain in the dream to scare off new players. Yeah, that was kind of like unsettling. You're like, oh, what the hell's gonna happen in the dream? Like, how did so many people die here? So, yeah, that is kind of a funny thing to do. Although, like, if you're observant, you can see like all of the bloodstains do have like the same 2 causes or 3 causes of death between like the Logarius wheel, the Chikage, and like the bloodletter. So, uh, it is kind of a funny and a little bit of an unsettling sight, though, for sure, for a new player. Devin says, you've always thought the left hand, when transformed, almost kind of looks like a flower, especially if you make contact. We could show that off. I never thought about using gestures with this, so that's kind of a cool idea. So the hunter's left hand, or the left as you look at it? A little bit too close here. Interesting. So I wonder if that stays when you do like the full gesture. The hunter's left, yeah. Alright, I'm a little too close to the door for my liking. I mean, if it looks like a flower, that wouldn't be too surprising because the cause parasite is supposed to stimulate the phantasms of Illuminwood. Okay, I'm not gonna go ahead and see if like the hand changes if we do the gesture, just because it's a little bit time consuming. But I did want to show off that the fishing hamlet, which is covered with like tons of parasites, we can find like the exact same parasites in the body of the milkweed rune itself. So when we do, I think it's the backstep L2, we'll like do like a spitting projectile kind of attack, and like a bunch of those like little slug-like things will pop out of our character themselves. So this might take a few tries to just kind of show off because it is a little bit fast, but you should be able to see them. It just might get you off guard. So here we go. Alright, so that's the wrong move. Maybe it's the back R2. Back L2? Or L1? Okay, so that's what it was. The back L1. So unfortunately, like, they do not stay on the ground. But let's try from this angle. There you go. And so somebody went through and like highlighted all of the kind of attack combinations for every weapon in Bloodborne, and his videos on YouTube. I unfortunately don't remember his name, so I do apologize to that guy because I am trying to give him a shout out. I just can't think of his channel description because it's been a really really long time since I looked at it, and so that was like the first time I kind of noticed it. And so those are the exact same models as we find like all around the fishing hamlet. So I think that one uses bullets, maybe not. I don't know why it like cycles between just like the actual swipe and then like using the projectile. So it's kind of a really really cool mechanic that I think pretty much almost nobody really knows about, that I like to highlight when I can. So cosmic slug spew. Yeah. Um. So I can't remember if there's really anything else now, which is probably a good thing, just because we've shown off quite a bit. We could show off like the enlarged head making like a sound. Maybe I'll. No, I won't. It just takes a long time and is a little bit hard on the ears, just because we'll have to turn up so much of the volume. So was there anything else arcane related, or I mean certainly there's like a whole bunch of weapons that I didn't show off, but other than like the cause parasite and like the beast claw, like there's not a whole lot that's too crazy, I don't think. So alright, I think that'll be it for this character, and then we'll hop back onto the lore through character that we were playing and go back into the Nightmare of Mensis. Alright, so let me just go over by the doll and then switch characters. So I think those are all of like the little odds and ends. I mean, we could have shown off like some of the Covenant runes that we didn't get to. I don't have the Ring of Betrothal on that character anymore, so I'll probably just talk about it when we look at Yarnum. And I'll probably just read the description from my spreadsheet there as well. And I do remember that I didn't show off like the little door key for the Nightmare of Mensis. Is she asleep standing up? Her eyes are closed, aren't they? That's weird. You're weird. Okay. So we'll go ahead and take care of Mergo's wet nurse first. Talk a bit about her and Mergo before dealing with everything with the Brain of Mensis, just because I want to be able to kind of cross-reference the umbilical cord that we get from Mergo when I talk about it. So we can down there, we can see them prowling about. So this should be a bit of a hint that there is a bit more to the area than we've seen so far, and to encourage the player to keep exploring. So I do like how FromSoft has incorporated their level design for that. And reminder to you guys, if not myself, when we do go towards like the Brain of Mensis, to try to highlight one of the kind of like eye pedestals that aren't lit up in one of the broken cages, just for thematic reasons. So I did point out a lot about Yarnum the last time we came through this area. She is the final boss of the Thumerian Chalice dungeons, the underground tombs. Damn it. There we go. And so as we see on her left ring finger, she is wearing a kind of wedding band or an engagement ring. I believe that this is supposed to be the ring of betrothal that we can find in one of the side treasure rooms in the dungeons over there. The description for it reads that it's a wedlock ring given special meaning by the Great Ones. The inhuman beings known as the Great Ones imbued this ring of betrothal with some special meaning. In the age of the Great Ones, wedlock was a blood contract only permitted to those slated to bear a special child. I do think that the Japanese description was altered because all references about bearing special children was changed into like embracing them instead. So my translation for this would be that it's an engagement ring that was given special meaning from superior beings. The inhuman beings called superior beings gave special meaning to this engagement ring. In the time of the old superior beings, marriage was a blood covenant. It was permitted to only those who embraced special infants. And so they really do use a term that is literally like holding or embracing children or like hugging them. And so that is kind of weird that they would have changed it. I think the idea might have been that they were kind of retconning some of the things that were related to like the child of blood or the vile blood heir, and so it probably was a consequence of that. And so this might just tie into like the second and third endings of the game when like the moon presence descends and grabs hold of the player. So just wanted to mention that briefly while we were over there. Maybe I should be super cinematic with this fight and just fight without the HUD. I don't think the witness should pose us many problems. Before we go in there, I guess I could show off some of this environment leading up to it and point out that after we fight the wet nurse and kill her, the baby that is going to be crying throughout the fight will stop its crying, and if you listen extremely closely and like don't make a whole bunch of noise, you can kind of tell that the cries most likely turn into a kind of a peaceful slumbering or snoring. Although it's really hard to pick up on in like the modern day patch or current day patch rather. It was extremely loud on the very first edition of the game, and there were a lot of sound issues with the game originally, so it was probably messed with a bit when they were like trying to balance everything because none of the sliders really worked. I think maybe like one of them did, and it controlled like everything. It was just extremely buggy, and so they did have to go and like rebalance sounds, and there's probably a result of that a lot of people don't pick up on Mergo's cries turning into potentially like peaceful snoring at the end of the fight. So coming into the Lunarium up here, we do gain more images of like these Mensis scholars. I already had my light on. that are mummified here in the dream as well. Perhaps the scholars of Mensis tried to ascend again when they were already in the dream, maybe in a kind of ritual that was supposed to like either mimic or um, uh, improve on how they failed to reach the outer edges of the cosmos that are mentioned in A Call Beyond. So, like, the fight failed to. Wait. Long ago, the healing church used phantasms to reach a lofty plane of darkness, but failed to make contact with the outer reaches of the cosmos. So maybe that was what they were trying to do here. We're not really sure. One idea that I have related to this could be that they might have been turned into these mummies after having an audience with Mergo. There isn't like a ton of context to explain that. I think there's a really good possibility that these members of the School of Mensis could have ended up becoming like part of the Brain of Mensis, and we'll get into that a bit later on. And it isn't very straightforward at all, and I'll have a lot to say about that, for better or worse. So, coming into the arena over here, we see that there's kind of like a iconography of like stone chalices, kind of given like a place of reverence. We're pretty much even with the moon in the background over there, and in the center of the kind of arena itself, or the lunarium itself, we do have a little baby's carriage. I'm surprised we really haven't heard like Mergo crying here. I'd expect it to have been louder. Maybe I'm just talking too much. But as we step in, we will trigger another cutscene where Mergo's wet nurse, a kind of great one, will descend from the sky and most likely swallow that baby infant Mergo to kind of protect it. I know that might be kind of a shocking claim. I think if you listen really closely, there might be like a slight gulping sound which accompanies it. But aside from that, this is something I've believed for a while. I talked to Lance McDonald and presented him with my idea, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's probably the case." And he also mentioned like there was like an earlier version cutscene for this where Mergo's wet nurse actually like picked up the infant and like put it to its chest and then like glowed like a purple color to make it seem as like she was actually absorbing the baby. So I think that concept was supposed to be carried over into the final game. They might have just made it a bit more ambiguous, or maybe that animation that Lance saw could have been a placeholder for the idea. I don't really know, but that's something that I don't think most players pick up on, and I don't really blame them. It's very quick. It's very 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 subtle. So um, that being said, you don't have to believe me. I mean, you can still keep your own headcanon about it. But if baby Mergo was absorbed into Mergo's wet nurse, maybe it wasn't exactly formless. But we can't really say that for sure, nor like discredit whether it was formless. So uh, going back to the chat, Devin says, as far as you know, this crying stops once you go up the elevator towards the boss room. The wet nurse noise is the same as the one when the MP turns you into Gehrman, bubbling water or some such. Yeah. So I do think that kind of a gurgling sound effect was intentionally used, and so as Devin points out, like it is kind of reused with the moon presence. You'll like use your leg, sorry, not use it, but you'll lose your leg, and like the moon presence will kind of steal it from the player. And I'm not sure what my dog is doing right now. Hold on, one moment. Okay, we're good now. Yeah, she's a good girl. Sometimes she just likes to be a little bit of a butt. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at that cutscene. I'll go ahead and turn up my volume slightly, hopefully to show that off, and I'll try to turn it down quickly after that. So hopefully this isn't too loud for you guys. Maybe I'll just leave it about this for the game. Hopefully it's not too bad, but we'll see. So this is Mergo's wet nurse. As it's stated by its like little nameplate for the boss title, and it seems to have been inspired by a kind of a Japanese yurei, or like a kind of ghost, or yokai rather, not a yurei. This is potentially like related to a kosodate yurei, which is like a wandering ghost woman who looks for her children. And normally they're kind of like depicted as being maybe not quite like helpless, but instead like they are looking for lost children or trying to take somebody else's children. They are like the kosodate yurei are more as like depicted as like worried mothers that are trying to look out for the wellness of their children. But this version that the Mergo's wet nurse is based off of might be more related to a kind of mischievous or even like an evil spirit called either an ubume or a kokakucho. And so they are a little bit like regionally dependent on their interpretations. The kokakucho is inspired more by like Chinese mythology of women who can like transform into birds and steal others' children rather, and they will act as like wet nurses, so that if they do manage to like pick up a child, they will feed it its like their own milk to kind of like procreate and like turn that child into one of them. And so I think there is a little bit of a thematic relationship between like Queen Yarnum and Mergo's wet nurse. I'm probably not going to strike it too much more, just to kind of continue talking about her. So Mergo's wet nurse also seems to kind of have like almost a spider-esque appearance. It's got like the maybe 8 arms. It's a little bit hard to count. I think maybe 8 arms total. So thematic connection either with like the Nightmare Apostles, Patches, or even like Rom potentially at some point in the game. As far as like her file name goes, it's like a succubus of like death and darkness, and the shadows of Yarnum themselves are called like the squad of death and darkness. So at least in some point in development, it's more likely that the shadows of Yarnum were supposed to be related to Mergo's wet nurse, which if like you really look at their appearances, it shouldn't come as like a huge surprise, I would think. And so Mergo's wet nurse is also like defined as a great one according to her trophy description. So a lot of things to take into consideration with her boss design. And so I'm gonna try to go ahead and look at chat right now, or maybe not right now with this mist, because I see you guys talking. Yeah, so when I was talking about how the wet nurse might kind of serve as part of a theme with like Queen Yarnum, when we get into this fight, she can summon a couple of her astral projections, very similar to the way that Queen Yarnum fights, although Queen Yarnum doesn't have like this like black nightmarish mist cover her boss arena. But I do think there is like a lot shared in common between them. Zoink Screw. So you can kind of just like cheese this by just running around and not trying to dodge willy-nilly like I am, and it will go away after a while. So that's kind of like the hard part about this fight. And so she also does warp away like Queen Yarnum does at times, like many of the other Thumerians. During this fight, we do hear the cries of the baby. We will hear those cries as well when we fight like Queen Yarnum. And yeah, so that's why I did want to kind of like avoid trying to turn my sound up, but just as far as like the final build of the game goes, like it's just way too quiet and was like super turned down. I do have like a bit of a 1.0 playthrough uploaded onto my YouTube channel where I do show like Mergo's cries in that version of the game were super loud in comparison to what they are now. So you could always look at that just to kind of see some of the discrepancies that I'm talking about. And so yeah, so that was the fight with Mergo's wet nurse, and I'll go ahead and catch up with chat before talking a bit more. Sundry says you will need to discuss the lore behind your dog at some point. Ooh, neat. Classic FromSoft retconning. Why is the music box the same as the tiny music box? That's a very good question, Sundry Saturn. We unfortunately we don't have any more information about the music box, how it relates to Mergo. As far as like the game credits go, it credits like the song of the music box as like the lullaby for Mergo. So I don't necessarily think that means there was supposed to be a connection between Gascoigne and his family and Mergo, although some people mistakenly believe that Viola is related to the wet nurse. Because I guess like somebody way early on in like the game's release came into a bug where like Viola's corpse disappeared at some point in the game, and so they thought like she must have been Mergo's wet nurse because of the tiny music box having the same lullaby. But yeah, I really don't know what to make about that, to be honest. Let's go ahead and equip that music box. Just skip it and use it just to kind of reinforce. Oh yeah, it's up here. The connections between them. So yeah, it does play like a little bit of her theme. But I don't think it goes all the way through, but that's not too big of a deal. Devin says he's got a theory for that one, but it's a bit of a stretch. If Mergo is formless, Erden might be the father, and Gascoigne family seems to have ties to Erden, because we find mom and dad at Erden's tomb, and the girl drops the Erden Rythern when she dies. She drops the formless Erden, if I remember correctly, and I think the only reason why I do remember that is just because I think it'd be way creepier if the daughter has the Erden Rythern, because she's a little girl and the kind of implications of that Eldritch liaison are a bit creepy. Although I might be wrong, I do think that it is like the formless one. Um, yeah, okay. So Erden might be influencing the family, although nothing in the game states as such. I think Erden would probably try to influence like anything with a high amount of impurity in its blood. I don't think it chooses to discriminate, and I don't even know if it can. But to be fair, we get so little information about Erden, you can't really talk about it with a whole lot of without a whole lot of conjecture and headcanon. So I mean, I don't think there's anything in the game to discredit what you say, and I do think there could be a little bit of support for it, but there just isn't really enough for me to be fully on board with those ideas. So yeah, as you said, it is a bit of a stretch. That's perfectly fine, but I think for me personally, I think like the baby Mergo is probably more related to um, Queen Annalise at some point in development, with the whole like child or the heir of vile bloods and the child of blood theme being a bigger deal at some points. But I think a lot of things got retconned, and I mean ultimately it doesn't make a ton of sense to me for like her to be or for Mergo to be Queen Yarnum's child or like part of the Yarnum Stone, because I would have imagined like the Healing Church of Bergenworth would have encountered it much earlier in the timeline. But I mean, that also isn't explicit. They could have come across like Queen Yarnum later in the timeline and caused everything to happen. But I don't know. I've got some complex thoughts about it, but yeah, I'll talk about that maybe a bit more later. Maybe after like the whole Brain of Mensis, but uh yeah, well, did I? I'm trying to remember if I wanted to, or if I did talk about everything I wanted to with the Mergo's wet nurse. So I did mention that her potential source of inspiration could have come from an ubume or a kokakucho, which are like kind of ideas of Japanese spirits that would go around and try to steal other people's children. They were women who either like failed to give birth or like died during childbirth, and so that is kind of where like some of that idea stems from. It is based off of like some Chinese mythology. I don't remember what the Kokakucho come from. I do know there is like the equivalent um, story for that presented in like the Shin Megami Tensei games and like the Persona. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it is like a kind of woman, bird-like creature. Um, Not quite nearly the same as like the design for Mergo's Wet Nurse by any means, though. Mm, so going back to the idea of the Kosodate Yurei, I think that's kind of more similar to Queen Yarnum, where they're a little bit more helpful spirits that do try to like look out for children, and they may have lost their children, and that might be why uh, Queen Yarnum is given the appearance that she is. So let's go ahead and look to her, and as we encounter this Queen Yarnum this time, she will quickly fade out after bowing to the player, which does show that she's thankful for what we've done. So it doesn't exactly seem like we've actually killed Mergo. As I pointed out earlier in the fight and turned up the volume for it, it seems like the cries get exchanged with like peaceful snoring. And so if we take the idea that like the nightmare being slain could be a bit more literal, maybe Mergo's wet nurse was a literal nightmare for that kind of Great One infant, or maybe not Great One infant, but I don't think there's any other way to reconcile how Mergo's voice can transcend dimensions and lure Great Ones if it isn't like a kind of a special infant or a Great One itself. So let's go ahead and look at Yarnum. Alright, so that concludes everything with Mergo's Wet Nurse and Queen Yarnum for like this portion of the game. We did pick up that umbilical cord, and I think I'll hold off reading that until we deal with the Brain of Mensis in just a moment. Maybe I should actually go back to the dream now that I'm thinking about it and spend my blood echoes, because there's a good chance of like dying to the what's it called, the Winter Lanterns. We also just killed Mergo's Wet Nurse, and in the later patches of the game, killing her allows you to buy blood rocks from the Insight shop. So we'll go ahead and do that just to get rid of some of our insight before dealing with the Winter Lanterns as well. So Devin says, some people think the Nightmare of Mensis was created when Mergo died ages ago, but if I ask you, the cord kind of shuts that theory out. I agree. And as the nightmares are created once people make contact, etc. Oh, you're saying as nightmares are created once people make contact. 92 Insight Winter Lanterns Monka S. Oh yeah, so in my haste to buy some damn blood rocks, I did forget that the state of the Hunter's Nightmare does change. The skybox remains pretty much the same. Maybe it's a little bit calmer. I don't really think it's supposed to have changed, so that just might be me being a bit misleading about that. So let's go ahead and talk to the doll. Her dialogue should be special now that everything's on fire. Hooray.
You have come. Dawn will soon break. This night and this dream will end. Gammon awaits you at the foot of the great tree.
So the doll doesn't have a lot to reveal with that dialogue, and when we talk to her now, I think she just talks about the echoes again. Sendry says, we saved Yarnum. Not quite yet. We need to kind of conclude things, but we did get rid of the source of the spreading scourge of beasts. Asterisk terms apply, in that Mergo's cries were drawing the moon presence towards Yarnum, and ultimately, like, the proximity of the moon presence was causing people to go mad and transform in incredible numbers, and all of that good stuff. And we can come to that conclusion by looking at all of the notes relating to Old Yarnum, and the red moon, which appeared on that night, caused such a horrific outbreak that they ended up abandoning that section of the town and burning it to the ground. So, um, yeah, this talks of the doll.
Good hunter, your presence somehow soothes.
So I'm glad that we can soothe
Very
her
well.
with a fire raging immediately behind her. We don't really need to level up anymore. I just don't really know what to do with the echoes. I guess I could buy stuff, but it's not too important, really. So the Sunder says, "You mean after the hooray and seeing the fire, like SpongeBob saying we saved the city?" Oh, okay, I get you.
Farewell, good hunter. May
So let's go repair my weapon and buy a blood rock. I guess I haven't shown too much else off here, but yeah, we don't really get too much more in the way. Oh, I meant to show off the higher tiers of the dumb flower buds on my other character. I forgot. It's not that big a deal, but as you can see, we can buy blood rocks now. So we can upgrade to a tier 10 weapon with some 60 points of insight, which is very, very expensive. So let's go ahead and use some of those madman knowledges we've hoarded throughout this entire game. Holy crap. How many do I need? 20... Where's my insights? 28, okay. Just what I thought. Oh. So yeah, you can definitely gain a ton of Madman's knowledge, not only in the base game, but also in like the DLC, between like encountering the bosses and just picking them up. As we showed off on the last lore through, you can very easily, maybe not very easily, but you can certainly gain over 60 points of insight before having to face Rom to kind of show off all of the little secrets that are hidden before the Blood Moon phase of the game. Oh. I guess I'll show off that maybe I can't show off so much like the Beasthood meter, but when we do expend a ton of Frenzy, we will see that the Beasthood stat and the Frenzy resistance stat change quite a bit. So with that much insight gone at once, we should see the bars change for a little bit. So yeah, that's the Beasthood stat on the bottom and the Frenzy resistance meter at the top. They've essentially become bigger and smaller, so that's why they look that way. I guess both have technically become bigger. Like, we've gained more Beasthood as we've lost insight, and we've gained more Frenzy resistance as well. So I guess they both became bigger in a truer sense of the word. And I don't think I picked up any blood gems, not that we particularly need them. But we might get lucky with like a winter lantern though and get a good one. So go ahead and equip the sedatives. I'm not going to worry about it, just buy a ton of these. And then let's go back into the Nightmare. Oh yeah, and I was supposed to show off one of the little pendants there. I remembered. And this time, hopefully I'll also remember to use my umbilical cords before trying to initiate the ending of the game. So we're back in the Nightmare of Mensis, and we'll go ahead and use the shortcut elevator. And so using this elevator, we can see like the gate's been broken open, which with FromSoft and their love of like elevator secrets, we should always be aware that, oh hey look, there's a kind of like window where we could potentially jump into. But before doing that, I did want to come down to this section of the loft and show off one of those like little eye pendants which I was talking about. So there's a Krog in that little cage over there. So, oh, of course we get a blood gem here. If you look at the cage itself, there is like this eye in the middle of this pendant like platform here, and I do think this looks maybe identical to the eye pendant key item that we get for the skull in the research hall. So, just kind of a cool tying between the concepts, and eyes have kind of always been a big deal for the Healing Church, it seems. Oh, and I guess we could also go back down and explore the very first part of the nightmare. Now that we'll be knocking off the brain, because I kind of skipped that a little bit. Despite how it might look, that is a very, very dangerous elevator. It's probably the most lethal one in the game. And then we get another inflicted organ from this little box here, so it does kind of go to show that the Healing Church most likely was continuing to conduct rituals, or that the rituals were important to them. Okay, so my iframes saved me from going frenzied. Almost had too much insight to make that work out, but it did work out, so let's go. Coming onto the bridges, we do see that like they are filled with these kind of rock-like formations, which seem to be like a bunch of skulls coming out of it. I think this could be related to the people of Yarhagul being stuck in the walls in the town there. These kind of formations also showed up in the Hunter's Nightmare over by the River of Blood. So maybe it's just related to blood in general, but there's not a ton of these, I think, in the Nightmare Frontier for whatever reason. So more like Healing Church kind of affiliated areas, I suppose. We get an extremely high tier of the Kin Coldblood, just one removed from Ram. And as we look out over there, we can see the moon being very big. Bruh. That was unfortunate. Okay, I'm good. I'll blame the AI more on that one than myself. But that's also why I went ahead and used all of those resources that we had. And so yeah, that broken cage had like obviously an eye that wasn't glowing, whereas the ones that are like active do have glowing eyes, which is kind of interesting. Oh, I forgot to do the little the window hop. Although I tend to have a bit more luck coming from the bottom. Oof, thought I missed it. 2, Electric Boogaloo. So occasionally the Winter Lanterns can drop really, really good blood gems for the base game. So that one has our echoes, which is always really kind of cool to show off. As you can see, like they actually do a lot of direct damage to the player, with just like their gazes alone. So they're really, really tough to deal with. I did mention that like Foxy Hooligans was able to show off some of their cut attacks to make Winter Lanterns even more terrifying. They had like more like mid-ranged attacks with their tentacles, and they're just. I'm so glad we didn't have to end up fighting those, because they would have been so deadly in conjunction with everything else. So we get another Tempering Damp Blood Gem, and Devin says, you can land behind the one Winter Lantern in Nightmare Frontier. It doesn't put the frenzy on you until it turns to face you. Yeah, we actually ended up coming across that on this lore through as well. We didn't land behind it. We actually just ended up like walking from behind it in the like little poisonous cavern. But I think that's like the only Winter Lantern that doesn't seem to have quote-unquote eyes in the back of its head. But yeah, coming to this next area, we get some potential ties to the origins of patches. These are called Nightmare Apostles. Encounter some of these guys in like the Chalice dungeons, accompanying the Chime Maidens. For all intents and purposes, they're pretty much the same as like the other spiderlings that we've encountered so far. The only real difference I think between them is very occasionally like these guys can rear up on their two back legs and use like a kind of arcane attack, which is kind of cool to show off. But sometimes it can be a bit annoying to fish for. So yeah, Devin says the bridge ones are all line of sight regardless of direction. Come on, buddy. Maybe I need to get behind it. This is a very rare attack. I think I stumbled upon it, but only by accident once. I was like, holy shit, guys on the subreddit Discord, look at this. And like, oh yeah, that's a thing. And I was like, oh damn. Should have known others would have known about it. But that was when I was still really new to the lore, so good times, good times. They also have a butt spray that's even less common. Oh really? I don't think I remember it. Oh, here we go. So yeah, that's a like really cool like little cloudy attack. Oh, I know the butt spray that you're talking about. Yeah. And I don't think that the normal variants of spiders have it, so it's kind of cool to show that off. We can. I should probably actually turn this on. I'll leave it off for at least until we turn the lever. So we do get that kind of repeated imagery of all these like eyeballs webbed onto walls and the floor. Whether or not they're actually supposed to be related to the spiders or something else, we don't fully know. I have an idea about that, and I'll get into that once we deal with the brain and all of that good stuff. So Devin says that arcane attacks looks a lot like the other purple stuff in the Nightmare, the door that takes us here in the lecture building and the wet nurse. I think it's pretty much identical to one of the small AoE attacks that the Bell Maidens can use, but it's probably just like slightly different. Looking at out ahead of us, we can see that the brain actually is suspended in that like little tower, and that is what was causing that glow when hitting us with those frenzy spears when we were down below earlier. So Devin says the eyeballs near the attendants have plants growing out of them, makes your skin crawl. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're actual plants because it almost looks like they have fur growing out of them, but yeah, I'll talk about those a little bit more maybe later as well. So let's go ahead and get this little cutscene dropping the brain into the pit. So yeah, it's a pretty short cutscene there, and that gets rid of that brain from shooting those evil rays into our skulls. And as we drop down to the next area, we will find another winter lantern and a couple more of the spiderlings. So, of course, it gets the drop on us, dropping down. I was almost going to be in shock if that actually frenzied us right there. So, just how bad is the resistance on this thing? 8? Let me look at my items actually. It's not as bad as I would have thought actually. It's just, I don't know. Brain go down the hole, yeah. Right, so we'll take care of these spiders hopefully. Well, these ones do not have the heads on them. And we can pick up some Quicksilver bullets from them, so there might be a kind of connection between like Quicksilver and like transformation in general, but not too terribly sure about that. But we'll try to bridge this gap once you don't see me, shut up. Once it goes off behind some of these pillars over here. Alright, screw it. There we go. So sedatives are pretty important coming into this area, or it just takes like a lot of determination really to do everything. So coming into this treasure box, we will obtain the choir bell, which I showed off on my other character that had the arcane necessary to use it. And since this kind of a relic of the choir is discovered in the Nightmare of Mensis, this does lead me to believe that maybe there isn't as much of a schism between the two groups as we might initially think. But yeah, let's go ahead and look at that now. So this is a special hunter tool of the choir, high-ranking members of the church, fashioned after a bell that projects an arcane sound across planes of existence. The sound of this smaller silver version of the bell does not cross planes but grants vigor and healing to all cooperators. And so this does reinforce what I've mentioned time and time again, that properties of the arcane are associated with bells, and they have the power to traverse worlds and cross planes of existence. This also ties into the idea that whatever is in like the blood that heals players, it might also be related to the arcane as well, because this is an arcane scaling bell, and we use the power of the arcane to recover our HP, which is essentially tied to the character's willpower. So there does seem to be a kind of overlapping between the arcane and blood, but I'm not entirely sure where like the boundaries of each lie. If it's like a Venn diagram, how close the circles are together, I'm not entirely sure. My kind of initial guess that would be that maybe blood and all of that would have been completely consumed in that kind of arcane circle, and there's probably more to the arcane than just the blood, since we get all of the stuff like related to the cosmos and like the Holy Moonlight Sword. But there might be a component of the blood that is a bit separate from the arcane, just because like blood tinge is a thing, and it's not like just arcane in blood tinge. I don't really know how those differences uh, come to be exactly, but yeah, this also just goes back into the whole theme of the choir potentially being related to like musically related objects or music in the blood or the sound of choirs and bells and chimes and chanting in general, arias, all of those good things. So the fact that it is found in the Nightmare of Mensis, which the School of Mensis should be controlling, is interesting. So, coming out to the bridge where we found the Brain of Mensis kind of suspended across, we do find like a bunch of like skulls and corpses in the ground, which I didn't forget to mention that they these kind of things also appear like right outside or like right in the lunarium, right in front of the little not cradle but like stroller for the baby that was in that boss arena. Uh, Pretty much all of these corpses will be carrying Great One's wisdoms, and they're all riddled with these kind of frenzied spears, which leads me to believe that there is a very, very strong connection with frenzied and gaining insight and enlightenment, and more specifically, since the sedatives mention that like coming into the contact causes people to go mad, or sorry, coming into contact with the arcane causes people to come mad. Since these people have become frenzied, which sedatives cure, it's very likely that these frenzied spears are products of the arcane, and that's why they have all these Great Ones' wisdoms, because they came into an obscene amount of contact with arcane forces. And there's only like that one damp blood tinge, or not that one blood gem that we got that was a bit different. And this one, who was a little bit farther away, just does have a madman's knowledge, so it seems like proximity to it was part of what occurred over there. And so that's pretty much it for the brain. The one item that we looted in the middle of Mikolash's boss fight, the key is used to open this door over here. So there's potentially like two ways to access the boss arena here. I didn't pick up the moon rune from the little guys over there, but it's I guess I'm not going to worry about it. Just talking about it is enough. We're going to get another tier of the moon rune shortly anyway, so I'll go ahead and drop down and get the blood rock here. It's probably going to bother me that I didn't pick up the moon rune. Yeah, I'm going to go back for it. Damn it. So as we come into like the little chamber that held the Brain of Mensis, we see it is completely riddled with all of these eyes along the walls. As far as the art book goes, it calls this area like the Evil Eye Bridge. When we drop down here, this is where we encountered Edgar between the two like little chapels. When we were up there by the Winter Lantern, I forgot to look down to just show like all the spiders were suspended below, and that's where that area connects to in the game. So actually, let's go this way to pick up all of the stuff in the front of the nightmare, and then we'll go maybe back into the boss room before dealing with the brain. So now that the Brain of Mensis is gone, when we come out here, we won't be hit with like a bunch of the frenzied spears. And there will be some lost giant children over here that you can knock off over there. Oh yeah, I can't use the Beast Roar rune. Otherwise, I typically just like to use it. Edge. That works just as well. So we get some more lead elixirs from these guys. Kind of cool. And then this corpse right here, which is also riddled with these frenzy spears, gives us the eye rune. It's a lower tier than the one that Master Willem gives. So Master Willem's is like one of the very few exceptions where you can get like the highest tier like way early in the game. It's kind of cool to think about. And so, since the choir came into contact with the voice of the abandoned Great One, which is Ebrietus, as we've pointed out on the various versions of the stream, it seems like that guy was probably a member of the choir. Otherwise, it'd be kind of hard to explain like why he would have had the eye rune inside him. So, I do tend to think that there probably was a bit more cooperation between the School of Mensis and the choir, between that corpse there having the eye rune. Whether or not Edgar was a choir intelligencer or like a spy is what that really means. I don't think there's any other corpses that we missed over here. Yeah, I think we picked them all up, so I'm going to go ahead up back to the boss arena to pick up the other tier of the moon rune, just to be a little bit of a completionist and to leave no stone unturned before ending things with the Brain of Mensis and then going to the endings of the game. So Saturn says that they just use the poison knives to and hope you don't die before R1 spamming on the winter lanterns. Are they weak to poison? I never thought about that. Did we really get 70,000 just from like these 2 runs? A lot of echoes here. Oh, I almost just walked off the cliff. So yeah, after defeating Mikolash, we did cause that little platform to raise up, and when we look down, it's kind of like towards like the bottomless pit in the middle of the building. So yeah, you do use poison knives against the lanterns. Interesting. I would have thought that the damage that they would have done would have been too slow to be really effective. So this is where that kind of iron door led to, and I never read that description, so I'll go ahead and do that now. Of the 3 great bridges that link the 2 cathedral cradles, this key opens the iron door that leads to the mid-level bridge. There are no thieves in the nightmare. Then why lock a door? Be warned, there must be a very, very good reason. So that's supposed to kind of hint at the nature of the Brain of Mensis. I think it almost looks like there's a kind of eye in the middle of the key there, but maybe that's just a little bit of a wishful thinking. I'm not sure. The Japanese maybe is a little bit different in the final paragraph. I have that it's in the world of the nightmare there should be no thieves. As such, there must be a reason to close the door. It may be better to not come closer. So I think like the general semantics of them are the same. Like be careful going through this door. Although I don't know, some people have had some like really weird interpretations of the English one about like the thieves line. So I don't know. The Japanese is pretty similar to that. It's just I know some people making some bad readings, I guess. And so that's that. And when we did fight Mikolash, he kind of ran through this room, and then coming into this next area, you're kind of like given a bit of a choice to go up this kind of like spiral staircase or down it. We went up because that is like where the next portion of like the boss arena is, if you want to call it an arena. But when you come this way, obviously there's this wandering madness here. But there's also a few of Mergo's attendants that are guarding a few items. One of them is a moon rune. so that rapid poisoning, then like that kind of bleed effect on us. I think like the first time I've ever been rapid poisoned has been in like this lore through actually, not right there, but it happened earlier when we were at the very bottom of the this area. I didn't know what its effect was for the longest time until like I heard people talking about bleed. And honestly, I didn't even remember what bleed was from my time playing Dark Souls, so. I don't know if that means I'm a scrub or better than a scrub. Although the way I'm playing now, let's just say I'm a scrub. There we go. So yeah, Kane visceral attacks are no joke. So we get the Moon Rune, and this is probably like supposed to be a reinforcement to the idea of Mergo's crying voice. When we did the episode pertaining to the Hypogean jail, I was talking about how the note says like the nightmare rituals with the infant, find the infant and stop its crying voice in Japanese, and the Moon Rune just talks about finding the infants, or sorry, it talks about how the great ones of the nightmare, or the one great one of the one nightmare, is drawn to the voices of those who cry out. And so that was supposed to be a little bit more of a connection that just didn't get fully fleshed out. And so great ones responding to the voices is what's hinted at with Mergo being used as a lure for the moon presence there. And so finding it back here in Mergo's loft, I think is just supposed to be another callback to that. What was I going to say about the eyeball spiders laying on the floors and walls? Just one moment, Saturn. Once we do finish this Brain of Mensis, I'll go into the kind of ridiculous tinfoil theory, and then I'll tie it back to a lot of the things that we find in this area. And I'm not trying to make it like like deliberately like hype it up or anything like that. It's just a lot easier to talk to once you get the full context, and sometimes it's nice to not jump around too much, but in this case, I think like jumping around too much would kind of hurt talking about it a lot, so that's kind of why I've been unintentionally building the suspense. So Devin says, yeah, it took you ages to figure out what the hell the tie was between the moon presence and Mergo. Yeah, and that's just, yeah, it's a real shame. I wish it was able to have been handled a little bit better, but at least now, hopefully, I'm able to make things clearer for people, or maybe other lore theorists can kind of reinforce what I've been talking about. So, yeah, coming back down here, I neglected to talk about it, but after dropping down the Brain of Mensis, those cages appear. Maybe they're connected to the lever. And as we come down here, we do find ourselves in almost like a pitch black abyss, which is kind of a good place to like chroma key your character and like maybe get like footage for like green screens or like avatars, or just general like Bloodborne related screenshots. Although like that kind of like meta analysis aside, when we do come down here, we will be able to encounter the Brain of Mensis here. You can kind of make out its outline here. It looks a little bit greener right there, but as we get closer, it will get revealed. So Miyazaki, don't give them any answers. People doing lore throughs of Miyazaki games, where the hell are all the answers? That sounds like Miyazaki, alright. Yeah. The funny thing is, like, if you look at some of his interviews, there's like I think one of his producers was like, I looked at somebody's analysis of the game, and then I was like, oh, so that's what it was about. So like, it's just absolutely hilarious. Like even the people that work on like the From Software games have no idea what the hell is going on, and even they have to rely on other people's interpretations to understand it. And they can't even just like ask their own boss, but like, what the hell am I working on? I don't know. It's kind of funny and really sad, I suppose. But we're in all honesty, we're probably really doing like the heavy lifting for Miyazaki. I'm not entirely sure there really is like a full on like lore explanation for everything. Oops. And there probably really is a component of like the players having to figure out the lore, probably even for Miyazaki. But maybe that can come across as a bit too conceited. There's just like a lot of things that have like been retconned and changed so much in development. Like it would almost be like a suspension of belief to believe that they had a grand plan all along, rather than just making like a lot of cool elements kind of work where they could. Um, but that's probably a little bit looking behind the curtain. So let's go ahead and deal with the Brain of Mensis. So I stopped stringing you guys along with my crazy tinfoil theories over here. So, all right, here we go. Ooh wee. So this is probably one of the player base's like most hated moments of the game, because when we look at the Brain of Mensis, it's just like low key terrifying, especially if you zoom in like I am right now, and we look up close. We see that it's like covered with eyeballs, and most importantly to me, it almost seems to be comprised out of like skeletal messenger-esque figures. So to me, that's probably more of like one of the reasons that we conclude that this may have been related to the actual school of Mensis. But before getting too much further into that, let's go ahead and look at its hands and reveal that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fingers with 2 thumbs on each hand. When we look at this one over here, it's got a kind of a indentation almost in like the shape of a stigmata on it, and they are meant to resemble that of an amygdala's. So there's probably a likely connection between like the Brain of Mensis and an amygdala. One of the users on the Bloodborne subreddit Discord is Mug, and he actually showed the assets off for the Brain of Mensis. It is kind of a retextured versions of the amygdala, although the Brain of Mensis version has like 7 extra large eyes on it, so it is reusing assets, and like this like little tendril thing in the back, which looks a little bit out of place compared to everything else. This is actually recycled assets from the Chalice Dungeon Moon Presence boss. So some super deep cuts of lore right there. From Software making good use of some of the assets that they've created. So with all of that done, oh boy, we're gonna have a lot to talk about. Let's go ahead and stand by like his in front of his like little googly eyes, which can kind of track the player, which is something I like. This is a little bit of me just talking, but I kind of think like the Brain of Mensis is like actually a little bit kind of cute in the way that its eyes are like really big and kind of like can track the player. It kind of reminds me. No, I won't say it, but maybe that's just kind of like my inner Miyazaki, where he can find Ram to be cute, I can find the Brain of Mensis to be a little bit cute. But enough of that nonsense behind. Let's go ahead and perform a crazy gesture. So, coming into contact with the Brain of Mensis, the player can use the make contact gesture to essentially like commune with this great one and gain the moon rune from it, the highest tier of the moon rune. What I was talking about before with like the School of Mensis beckoning the moon and using Mergo to do it, I think that ties into how we've gotten all these like little skeletal-esque figures on it, and that might mean that the School of Mensis, or sorry, the Brain of Mensis could have been composed from some of the members of the School of Mensis that I've briefly mentioned, and when we look at the etymology for the word of menses, it's not necessarily related to menstruation, as some people might initially suspect. It's more closely associated with moon, and sorry, I meant to say month first to kind of string along the suspense a little bit. So it's associated with months, and from that, the moon as well. And so it might be a little bit more appropriate to think of the School of Mensis as the School of the Moon. And if this Brain of Mensis is comprised of those School of Mensis members, it would certainly flow very well that they would give us the Moon Rune, because that has been the entire focus of the school throughout this Night of the Hunt. They've been trying to come in contact with the moon or the Great One, the of like the moon presence. So uh, that's pretty common knowledge. Maybe not like actually like common knowledge, but that's at least been out there in the lore community for a while. Um, Going into this gesture itself, and this is some pretty big tinfoil as well. I did manage to find out like there's a kind of maybe not like a full-on saying in Buddhism, but it is really popular in Japan. Uh, there was like a Buddhist monk named Dogen, and he made this a saying about like don't mistake like the finger that points to the moon as like the path of like Buddhahood, or like something along those lines. And as I was like looking up connections between like the moon and Buddha, I stumbled across a page that showed this really interesting like painting of this guy named Hotei pointing at the moon, and I don't necessarily think it's true, but I honestly wondered if that could have been like one of the potential inspirations for this make contact gesture. And so I'll actually try to show two of them. I'll link them in chat. Um, so hopefully it'll work out. So if you guys are interested in looking at this, this will tie into what I'm talking about in just a moment. So that's the first one, and that's like maybe the more famous one, and what really made me think of the moon presence, or sorry, not the moon presence, but the make contact gesture. And then this is kind of like a second one. So I think the first one is a lot closer to this gesture right here. Granted, I don't think this is supposed to be like a one-to-one kind of thing. It might have just been like unintentionally done so on the parts of the developers. But if you look at it closely enough, there is a kind of resemblance. But I mean, like I guess pointing to the sky, like how else can you take that to be? It's just the only real difference be like how the player's other arm just kind of like sticks off to the side. But I do think nonetheless that does kind of resemble a bit more of like that first painting that I've shown off. So um, from a more Buddhist standpoint, trying to commune with this great one and performing this gesture could be a roundabout way of saying like to the Brain of Mensis is like if you're looking for enlightenment, you shouldn't really be looking at like what you're doing and like looking at the moon as like the way to enlightenment. And so I think this gesture of pointing could be like the players unintentionally or maybe even intentionally saying to this great one like, hey, look, this is enlightenment. Like this gesture, it's supposed to represent that. And so I think like the hidden message beyond that could have been like by performing this gesture and pointing up, the Brain of Mentis could be saying moon in response, and by saying moon in response, this could be the Great One's way of saying like enlightenment and transcension, and so that is a bit related to everything else that we get going on with the game. I know I'm kind of explaining this a little bit poorly, so forgive me for that, but just to make it perhaps a little bit clearer, like the idea of Buddhism, like literally it means like enlightening or illumination, and so by like coming closer to Buddha and becoming enlightened or illuminated yourself. That is kind of like the ultimate goal of the religion, and achieving that kind of nirvana. And so that kind of a light that gets refracted off the moon itself can also be considered a kind of like false form of light, or a false kind of illumination, because it ultimately comes from the sun itself. And so, like, referring to it with external images, or like pointing to it, you might be trying to point someone down the path of what you might think would be the way into achieving enlightenment. But by pointing to it, like, inherently that makes that, like, draws attention away from like the ultimate message. That person must proceed to that light themselves, and it's on them to not become distracted by like um, representations of like the ultimate truth of like Buddhism, or whatever you want to talk about. So I think that's a bit better of an explanation for it. So I think if you take that idea that like the player is kind of like pointing down the path to enlightenment, with the great one saying like moon, that's like, oh, I understand what you're saying. But also to like the brain of Mensis and the school of Mensis, the moon probably very literally did represent enlightenment in this context. So that's kind of a lot to say about that. Hopefully, I made my meaning clear with that. So I hope you guys enjoy that as well. So Devin says, yeah, I've always wondered why it was particularly the moon rune that gives you more blood echoes. That nuance between the moon and true enlightenment might also be referring to going for blood administration, or pursuing more insight. Um, Maybe. The way that I tend to look at the moon rune right now is, if it is supposed to be related to the moon presence, and the idea of draining as well, I think that the moon presence could have been like draining blood echoes from the hunters at the end of their nights of the hunt. And so this transcription of moon is spoken by great ones inhabiting the nightmare, that could have been meant to have been a singular reference to one great one inhabiting a specific nightmare. And so I think it's very likely that this is supposed to have been related to the moon presence, but there is that level of ambiguity in the Japanese as well. So um, my part of my rationale with going with the idea of draining things would be related to Miyazaki's interview with Future Press. Uh, that interview itself is called Drained of Blood, and when he talks about the pale blood sky, he says it's supposed to represent a body that's been drained of blood. And so it took me a really long time to kind of like come to this conclusion, and I probably wouldn't have come to it if that interview was titled anything different, to be quite honest. And so I think there might be the potential by calling like the pale blood sky, um, a, a sky that's like representative of a body that's drained of blood. It's not necessarily the moon that's the pale blood sky. It's like all of the clouds in the background. So since all of the clouds have been turned purple and the moon has been turned red, I guess you could take that idea that like the moon itself has drained the sky from the blood, and all of the blood is in the moon itself. And so that might be related to some of the imagery of the moon presence, since that red moon does accompany it when it does drop down. When it kind of like grabs the player at the end of the game, it seems to like suck the player into them. So I think there's that kind of a connection there as well. And you say the blue-white of the moon in the Nightmare of Mensis is the closest thing to what Miyazaki is describing there. It looks like a body drained of blood. No, in his interview, says it's about the sky in Yahar'gul, not so much the Nightmare of Mensis. So, uh, I do suggest like just double checking that for yourself, so you don't have to rely on me for that. So you kind of get that confirmation there as well. And so he talks about it specifically like in reference to the note that we find in Yahar'gul about behold a pale blood sky. And so that's what he was supposed to or like that's what that note was supposed to get at, although he admitted like might have been a little bit too hard to pick up on. So that's why I do think like the moon is related to draining things, and I talked about it a little bit throughout the playthrough. But the idea of pale blood is a little bit shallow and doesn't get the full meaning across. Pale blood comes from Aozamata chi, and Aozameru means like to make something become pale, like to pale something. And Aozamata is just like the past tense form of that, so something that has been paled. And so essentially, like Aozamata chi means like paled blood, or blood is that has gone pale. And so I think if you take the idea of draining something of blood, causing it to become more pale, that might also be related to the moon presence, since it is called like paled blood, I guess. And Devin says, yeah, the interview he's referring to the placement of the notes and you being able to find them before and after the fact. The after the fact was about after you defeated Ram and caused the ritual to be exposed. Right. So now that all of that like kind of pointing to the moon talk has been gone over, and potential ties to Buddhism, we'll go ahead and murder this helpless defenseless creature that was just beaming harmful radiation into our heads. So it all has a purpose to advance the lore and to gain a very important ritual material. So we get the living string. When I use the sedative, it does clear the beasthood meter, which is kind of cool to be able to show off. And so this is like the big important item that I've got a ton to say about in conjunction with the cord that we got from Mergo's Wetner. So I'll apologize in advance if I monologue a bit and talk a lot. So this will also tie into like everything that I was going to talk about with eyes as well. So let's just go into it. And actually, let me get a little bit of water right before talking about it. Alright, excuse me. Alright, so this is a special material used in a holy chalice ritual. The immense brain that Mensis retrieved from the nightmare was indeed lined with eyes on the inside, but they were eyes of an evil sort, and the brain itself was terribly rotten. But even still, it was a legitimate great one, and left a relic. A living relic at that, which is a precious thing indeed. So there's a pretty huge discrepancy between the English and the Japanese, in that the only way that you can possibly read this in English is that the brain must have already existed in the nightmare before Mensis arrived, or at least Mensis arrived in the nightmare and they came upon a brain that was like already there, or something along those lines. Whereas the Japanese is slightly more ambiguous, actually kind of a lot more ambiguous in that regard, in that the word that they use for retrieve in English comes from eta in Japanese, which is like the past tense form of eru, which means to gain, to receive, to attain, something along those lines. So I think in Dragon Quest it's like whenever you gain a level, they use the word like eru. So um, it kind of means it more along that sense. It doesn't necessarily mean retrieve. So that's kind of a big difference between the two descriptions. The Japanese allows it to be more ambiguous in the sense that Menses themselves could have gone into the nightmare and gained brains of their own. It doesn't necessarily mean that the brains were already in the nightmare when they arrived, or that they retrieved it from someplace else. So That's a pretty big difference just on that one word alone. And then uh, I think, is it this description that has something that's missing? Or no, that's the umbilical cord. Okay, so it says that the eyes were certainly lined, or sorry, that the brains were certainly lined with eyes on the inside, but they were of an evil sort. Oh, okay, okay. So there is a little bit of missing information here. When it says that the brains were of an evil sort, right before that there is let me rephrase this. So it says when the eyes, damn it, when the brains were indeed lined with eyes on the inside, there's a little bit of a phrase that they didn't translate into English, and it says that the eyes were completely malformed in Japanese, and that the term that they use for malformed here is deki soko nai, which means like obviously like they were malformed, they couldn't form completely, but the way that they use deki soko nai in the Mergo chord, they say like the stillbirth of their brains, and so I think there is supposed to be a connection between the description of the living string and chord, which I'll talk about just after this. And so what I have for that section right there is the gigantic brains Mensis gained in the nightmare was certainly lined with eyes on the inside, but they were completely malformed. The eyes were of an evil kind and made the brain itself become corrupted. And corrupted could just mean like terribly rotten or like something along those lines. Like they essentially inflicted brain like damage to the brain and caused the brain to become like rotten or brain damaged. And so the final part of, but even still, it was a legitimate great one and left a relic, a living relic at that, which is a precious thing indeed. I have as, however, it was nonetheless a superior being and left behind a relic. Live ones in particular are truly valuable. So the final part isn't too different, but just the main part is that they didn't necessarily retrieve these brains from the nightmare, and the eyes that they had were completely malformed, which is what caused the brain to become rotten. So it was lined with evil eyes that they gained. And so, with that said, let's go ahead and look back at Mergo's chord, which I have not read yet. Okay. So, a great relic, also known as the cord of the eye. Every infant great one has this precursor to the umbilical cord. Every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. This cord granted Mensis audience with Mergo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. Used to gain insight, and so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. Um, so this part about resulting in the stillbirth of their brains is something a lot of people wonder about. As for my translation of this, I'll just go ahead and read it and tie it back together. I have that it's a great relic, also known by another name, I cord. Only infants have them, even in great ones. Calling it an umbilical cord comes from that. Every superior being loses its infants and desires another. Therefore, this brought about the chance meeting with Mergo, which is what inflicted Mensis with malformed brains. Gain insight from its use, and at the same time it is also said, gain eyes on the inside, but everyone has forgotten what that will truly bring. And so, uh, as you can see, there is a bit of a discrepancy in my translation in that I say that the meeting with Mergo inflicted Mensis with malformed brains, and so since this uses that term like Deki Sokonai no Noomiso, Deki Sokonai is the exact same term which we find in the living string, which is related to the brain of Mensis, and so I think the idea that is supposed to get across is perhaps since that brain of Mensis was inflicted with evil eyes, uh, to me it seems likely that coming into contact with the Great One Mergo caused evil eyes to be implanted on the brains of the School of Mensis members. Those eyes were like not completely fully formed eyes, so they were considered evil eyes, and they ended up causing the brain to become or like their brains to become rotten and corrupted, and most likely uh, it inflicted like that gigantic state on them. And so uh, exactly how the School of Mensis' like individual members became meshed together into the Brain of Mensis is a little bit beyond what I can take from the text. Uh, I just don't know how else you could try to explain why it has like so many small skeletal figures coming across it, or how you would try to explain the little like mummies right before Mergo's lunarium up there. And of course, that doesn't exactly have to be the case for like why those are the way that they are. But going back to like this broader idea about eyes and evil eyes and being related to Mergo, one of the thoughts that I have in regards to all of that, and this will tie into what Sundry was just asking about, um, would be that the infant Mergo, being a kind of special infant whose voice can transcend dimensions, is probably like a great one. And because of that, its voice is probably somewhat similar to a Carol Rune. And if it's not quite a Carol Rune, I think nonetheless it probably has like a lot of arcane properties, which can probably interact with what can hear it. So whether or not like the moon presence and the proximity of the red moon causing people to transform is a thing could be a little bit irrelevant if the cries of Mergo could also cause people to transform as a result of coming into contact with it. We do have a couple of the NPCs, like the one in the Forbidden Woods, which talks about like hearing an ominous voice, and it could have been a reference to Mergo's cries. We don't really know. Nonetheless, I do think like the moon presence has like the bigger role in like the outbreak of the scourge of beasts. But just going back to the idea of like Runes and the arcane power related to that, when we were in the research hall, there was the one brain fluid that we got from Adeline herself, which remarked that like writhing, it was the initial start of eyes on the inside, and when we take that idea of writhing and apply it to like the Erden Writhe rune, which is used in the production of the umbilical cord that we get from the false Dr. Yosefka, as well as um, Ariana, and they're both like related to Erden and voices in general. I think that is another tie between them, as well as eyes on the inside, because the imposter doctor talks about like the writhing in her head, and she asks if we can see what's going on inside her head. So it seems as though she was beginning to gain like eyes on the inside. So there is a few connections between voices, whether that be in the form of carol runes and writhing and eyes on the inside. So if we take out the middleman of like writhing and just go like the voices to eyes on the inside, we also have the example of the eye rune that we get from Ebrietis, potentially causing Willem to become infatuated with eyes on the inside. We have Mikolash's dialogue about imploring cause to grant them eyes on the inside. So it does seem to a certain extent that just coming into contact with a great one is enough to begin to implant eyes on the inside of a person. Uh, Divorcing that idea between like voices and eyes directly, we did point out very very long ago that when you encounter like the church servants that are carrying lanterns around, when you don't have any insight that they're like arcane lanterns, don't have any special effects. But once you gain 15 points of insight, eyes will begin to cover the lanterns themselves. They will have arcane attacks that they can use and hit the player with. So even beyond voices themselves, there is a huge connection between the arcane and eyes in general. The witches of Hemwick are covered with eyes on the outsides of their like robes. So many eyes have been like harvested for like ritual practices or maybe even pebbles that they're kind of almost like omnipresent as far as the game goes. So my general idea, tying this all back to Mergo, is the School of Mensis could have had that chance encounter with Mergo, and that encounter could have caused eyes to have actually been implanted in their brains, but they were not fully formed, and that's what caused them to get those kind of gigantic brains that are related to either the Brain of Mensis and or like the Winter Lanterns. Uh, the meeting with Mergo in general could have also caused all of the eyes that we find around the Mergo's loft area and related to the spiders to have formed as well. So all of these ones could have actually been spiders, maybe in this actual nightmare, and maybe after like coming into contact with Mergo's voice, they really started to transform themselves because these are evil eyes, and they ended up becoming that until that was all that they were. Granted, that's really big tinfoil, but I do think there's another piece of correlating evidence for that, and I'll try to show that off in just a moment here. I think when we go towards like the top of Mergo's loft. Oh damn it, this isn't down here. We can encounter the pigs up there, and they have a ton of extra eyes on them as well. And so now that we're going back to the top of Mergo's loft, we'll be able to show off those pigs. And kind of one thing that goes along with the pigs is, compared to the ones that we find in the waking world, these pigs have a breath that is able to inflict the frenzy status on the player, as opposed to poison breath. Oh, that's totally the wrong elevator too. Whoa. So Devin might be right in saying like maybe there's plants coming out of like the little googly eyes on like the floor in the different spots of Mergo's loft. I don't have a problem if they're plants, but I also think it could be related to like the blood and beasthood, just because it almost looks like on some of like the 3D models for Tomb Mold that they have blood coming out of them as well. I don't think we can actually show off Tomb Mold in this area, but we could probably show it off in like the Altar of Despair super easily, or like going back into the Hunter's Nightmare. And so I guess the Shadows of Yharnam have already walked around since we were around this place before. Didn't mean to die there. It's not too big a deal. Just show off the pigs super quick and maybe a little bit of their frenzy breath. Heading back into the Hunter's Dream and going on with the endings of the game. That's what I wanted to do the first time, but screwed up about. Alright. Alright, so coming up here we will find one of those pigs with tons of extra eyes on the outside, and I do think that is probably related to the kind of a phenomena that has occurred into the stream in general. Right, so it's a little bit hard to show off, but those are certainly eyes. the pig has got going on its face. And then also has a frenzy breath that we might be able to show off. I don't know if there's a certain range that we can fish for it from, but I do know that it has frenzy breath. This is annoying. Maybe it's only the other ones? This is... oh, tiresome. Oh, here we go. So our frenzy meter does build. Now it's using it a ton. And so as you did see, it really was covered with eyes. And so there is that really strong connection between the arcane and eyes as well. And so whether or not they were kind of mutated from being so near Mergo is also a matter of debate. But that's just kind of my tinfoil about why the Nightmare of Mensis is kind of riddled with eyes all over, even though there's not like a ton of them into heading into like the upper sections of the loft. But we should be able to see a few more by the lantern over here. So going back to this idea, I think they could be related to just actual spiders, since some of these have like legs, and potentially being like mutated from the voice of the crying infant Mergo. And so with all of that out of the way, we should be able to begin with the ending of the game. I'll go ahead and use all of those umbilical cords. If I wasn't streaming on the PS4 and I had a dedicated capture card... oh yeah, we don't have any insight, so the doll is inactive. I would have gone ahead and like saved it, so that way we could have shown off all three. But actually, before I use the echoes, Sundry says interesting, makes sense. I'm glad you think so. I definitely feel like I've gone mad and frenzied myself for coming up with such a crazy theory, but I do think there is a lot of support for it. Oh, and I suppose before I forget, like even the umbilical cords themselves are supposed to be like lined with eyes when you look at the icons as well. So even if you don't agree with it, as long as like people are able to see my supporting evidence for it, that's kind of enough for me, because I know it's really out there and definitely not how everyone wants to approach the lore. So just have to take what you can get, I suppose. Probably should have been able to nope almost. So, screw the gems. They're not going to really help that much. Going back into this, okay, I did use the umbilical cords. Uh, the doll mentioned that Gehrman was at the foot of the base of the great tree. In the content of the game, it is revealed that Gehrman is the one who sets fire to the hunter's workshop. Um, Actually, I'll go ahead and pull up that dialogue to just talk about it before we deal with the old man himself and the moon presence. So he says, "Oh Lawrence, how magnificently the flame burns! Hunters are held here to be sent on horrific hunts. Their souls rotted by blood and madness. We've no need for this accursed abode. Let flame cleanse this house of horrors. All these frightful things, look at them burn. Oh, all ye hunters, let it be known we are free, free as the wind. Lawrence, the end is not far away now. Every last dream will burn out, and Flora will return from the moon. As for us, the time has come to honor our vows. Hunters are needed no longer. You and I shall fight to the death, and she will consume the victor, the way we've always said we'd end it, if you recall. Or as we end it, you'd recall. Oh, Lawrence, of course you remember." So obviously, like a lot of that was retconned, but I think it should be pretty clear that that Gehrman would have set fire to the workshop. There is a kind of like a native Japanese Ainu ritual that would have people burn down like the homes and the possessions of someone who's recently died to kind of send them a home in the afterlife, or like a kind of beacon to guide them into the next world. And so I think you could also take those ideas and apply them to the workshop burning in the distance. Since there's no more need for the hunter to remain in the hunter's dream, this is kind of a way to force them into the next phase of their life, or their kind of a metaphorical death as a hunter, to be reborn anew as kind of an old hunter, or just a normal resident of the waking world. So let's go ahead and talk to Gehrman and go ahead and complete the game.
Good hunter, you've done well. The night is near its end. Now, I will show you mercy. You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream.
I've said it before in one of the very earlier streams for this lore through, that when he talks about freeing us from this terrible hunter's dream, in Japanese he calls it like a provocative or terrible hunter's nightmare, and that's like the exact same term that's used in the note in the very back of the hunter's dream itself. And so let's not hover over submit your life again. You can actually just go ahead and cancel out of his dialogue right here to go back and wander around. Going back to the whole thing about like calling it a terrible hunter's nightmare, it's the exact same term that they use for the DLC area of the game, like the hunter's nightmare. It's Karyudo no Akumu, and so this might show that the dream itself isn't necessarily different from any of the other nightmares. Whether or not it's on a different plane from the, or not like plane, but like level than the others, is a bit out there. I don't know whether it's supposed to be above all of the others or below them, but considering it's like not at like the eye level of the moon, I guess you could say it's probably below them. But yeah, we don't really know for sure whether it's supposed to connect to the others at all. And so when he does call this that like terrible hunter's dream, that does make me wonder if that note that tells us to halt the spreading scourge of beasts lest the night carry on forever, if that was penned by Gehrman himself. I think it's pretty likely, since it's tucked away in the corner of the dream. So that's pretty much that. And refusing, he has something interesting to say. Although maybe it's when we submit, he says, "Farewell, my keen hunter, fear the blood," rather than like fear the old blood.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter. It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Tonight, Gammon joins the hunt.
So as we can see, Gehrman gets up and will become hostile towards the player. He's revealed to be Gehrman, the first hunter. And he does walk with a bit of a limp because he does have that peg leg. So there is that kind of like consistent bit of storytelling between his visual design and his mechanics of movement, which is always nice. As far as like that last bit of dialogue goes, he says, it always comes down to, or, oh dear, what is it, the hunt, the blood, or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter, it always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up these sorts of messes. That's pretty close to the Japanese. It is just slightly different where he's like, oh, I see you're consumed by something, the hunt, blood, or the nightmare. Well, whatever it is, it's fine. Disposing of such people is the job of the advisor. So it's a little bit stronger in Japanese that it seems to be his role to kind of dispatch those who would either become blood drunk and return to the hunter's dream, or those who would just kind of like try to refuse him. So we might not have been the first ones to try to challenge Gehrman in the hunter's dream. Oh, weird step right there. So his second phase, he's able to change his gun to like shoot like a mega bullet, which will automatically like parry or put the player into like a visceral state. He gets covered with that like kind of white mist, which probably comes from either like blood echoes or like the power of the moon itself, or the moon presence, more specifically. Oh, I thought it was past that. And I forgot to show off these like little things, these wooden structures off to the side are kind of like crucifixes, somewhat in the shape of like the hunter's rune. So that is a kind of like thematically relevant element to the hunter's dream itself in this little bit of an arena. And then when he does his superpowered, his superpowered like charge up, we will see like the moon in the distance glowing. He hasn't done it quite yet, but he's probably going to do it soon. Oh, speak of the devil. the moon becomes a lot more radiant, and then he explodes with that kind of power there. And then this is probably gonna hurt. Okay, there we go. Alright, there we go.
The night and the dream were long.
And then defeating Gehrman, we actually gain no blood echoes, if you looked right there, as well as the old hunter badge. So as we can see, no blood echoes, just the beast hunter badge, or like the old hunter badge rather. The moon presence came down from the sky. The red moon is now present. She tried to embrace the player and possess them. She's actually a lot easier compared to Gehrman. So if we're aggressive, we could probably kill her. Despite everything, she is not like a beast type Great One or a kin. She doesn't really have either of those typings. When we look at her physical appearance, she's got the long exposed ribs that are characteristic of something that is emaciated and lacking sustenance. It probably shows like a kind of intense greed or desire for nourishment, which is probably related to trying to like grab the player and maybe like absorb our blood echoes or possess the player for whatever reason. So let's go ahead and read the badge we just picked up from Gehrman. Alright, so this is the old hunter badge. This hunter's badge, crafted in Gehrman's time, has no practical purpose, except perhaps to assist in romanticizing about the past. The badge was a special privilege for the hunters of the past, and should not be dishonored. It should be left in peace, unless one is truly prepared to assume the will of those gone before. And so, as you might guess, that concept about assuming the will of those gone before is a kind of reference to the dying wills of blood echoes, which I've talked about time and time again throughout the game. Going to the Japanese of this, I'll just go ahead and read the final paragraph in Japanese, or not actually in Japanese, but my retranslation of it, just because otherwise I think it's a little bit hard to talk about. So It says that essentially that the badge is a special privilege of old ones and is not to be violated. Let it be, or else you will not truly inherit their dying wills. And so, uh, finishing the second ending of the game is called, what is it in English? Honoring Wishes? Yeah, it's called Honoring Wishes in English, but the Japanese is like Ishio Sugumono, which is like literally like the inheritor of the dying wills. So we're like the inheritor of the blood echoes. And so it says that captivated by the moon presence, you pledge to watch over the hunter's dream. The Japanese for that is more like possessed by the moon presence, proof of one who continues to protect the hunter's dream. So you're not necessarily pledged to it, you're just kind of forced to do it most likely. And so that does kind of that idea of like hunters inheriting blood echoes does get reinforced through Gehrman and just the idea of the old hunters in general. And so I do think there is a strong possibility that the moon presence is kind of a usurped control of the hunters and uses them for its kind of personal desires and trying to sustain more and more blood echoes from the player and potentially other hunters that would follow after us. When we look out into the back of the hunter's dream, we can see like the skybox is completely black now around the moon, and it is still that kind of a deep red color. If we try to buy things from the Insight shop, I don't think we can get Gehrman set from here, just the Maria set. And I forgot to show off Gehrman's items that we can purchase in the messenger bath, so let's go ahead and look at those now. We have Gehrman's hunter cap, his garb, and his trousers, all of which have the exact same description. So let's go ahead and look at that real quick. So, hunter attire of Gehrman, the first hunter. Created before the workshop existed by making adjustments to everyday clothing and later became the basis for all hunters' garb. The hunter's emphasis on engaging beasts with speed and therefore of selecting lightweight attire no doubt traces back to Gehrman's own combat style. So that does kind of show off a little bit of the way that Gehrman would hunt, and as we saw in his boss fight, I think this description aligns with his general style of fighting. But before getting too much further into that, let's go ahead and read his weapon, the Burial Blade. Trick weapon wielded by Gehrman, the first hunter. A masterpiece that defined the entire array of weapons crafted at the workshop. Its blade is forged with siderite, which is said to have fallen from the heavens. Gehrman surely saw the hunt as a dirge of farewell, wishing only that his prey might rest in peace, never again to awaken to another harrowing nightmare. And so that whole bit about that his wishing that his prey might rest in peace, never again to awaken to another harrowing nightmare, could be another reference to like the hunter's dream, or perhaps the fact that so many of the coffins in Yharnam have been chained up. Maybe if they are not killed by a hunter, they will continue to resurrect. If like the blood wills aren't inherited, or not blood wills, but the blood echoes aren't inherited. So that might have been why so many of them were covered with chains. Although we don't have anything to say that for sure. Going back to the concept of siderite, that is a kind of a real life concept of like a meteor falling into Earth and taking some of the iron from that meteor to create a weapon. It's called siderite, I guess. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but that is something that occurs in real life. And so whether or not his blade has been imbued with the cosmos and has like more arcane properties is a little bit out there to consider as well. When we do look at it, it does have a tiny amount of the arcane scaling, so that is a pretty good possibility. So looking at the Japanese, I'll just go ahead and say like the final paragraph is something like Gehrman may have fashioned hunts on funerals, or at least a peaceful sleep, in order to never again waken to a painful nightmare. So, pretty close overall, and The fact that Gammon's combat style was quick was probably meant to be like painless and filled with skill. I think his skill-based hunting style is probably a bit more similar to what we would find in the kinds of hunter techniques used by the Vile Bloods of Canehurst, in that like they use more skill-based weapons and they're a bit flashier and less reliant on brute strength. So that does show like a marked difference in the fighting style between Gehrman and Ludwig, and the reliance on brute strength. But this also does seem to contradict a little bit of what we get with like the Beast Cutter's description, and how it talks about like the earliest hunts were sanguine affairs, painted in blacks and reds. So a little bit less reliant on strength and more on skill and elegance, and putting to rest creatures out on the hunt. So that's pretty much everything there. And we just have the final boss to deal with, the Moon Presence, and it's really not a beast or a kin, although it seems almost to be a cross between the both of them. So it does have like those bestial kind of growls, and it leaves a lot like some of the Scourge beasts. It gets stuck on the little crucifixes. Oh yeah, it's under Saturn. I did read your message, I just kind of forgot about it. So yeah, I don't know if these are exactly the same as like the ones that the crucified beast patients in like Central Yarnum, but we could look at that later. So the Moon Presence has like almost like 3 tails on it. The figure itself is somewhat kind of similar to maybe like the full depiction of the Hunter's Rune. From front to back. It kind of reminds me of like a Vajra, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, like the kind of a Buddhist weapon. Like that was a kind of like ritual device. I guess it's not like really like a full-on weapon, but it looks like a double-headed fork, I guess. Like 2 tridents stacked on each other, maybe. So I'm trying to show off some more of its arcane attacks, but maybe I need to damage it a bit. The Moon Presence does bleed a very like pale, bright colored red. It almost seems to be like glowing on the inside, maybe, although not really. I don't know. Oh, that actually did a lot of damage. Good attack with its tails. I'm surprised that missed. You can even like break its limbs and like visceral attack it. So that's one of its cooler attacks. It will drain the player's HP down to 1, and after that it has a really long like recovery time. So you're supposed to like get in close and rally it, but a lot of people miss out on that, and that becomes really important. Like when it uses like those kind of like bubbles, because if they hit you, they'll prevent the player from being able to heal with your blood vials. So as you can see, they'll initially like change from like either becoming white or becoming like more full-on blood. And so if that like blood falls on you from its arcane attacks, you also won't be able to heal. So that does make it kind of dangerous, although for the most part it's pretty underwhelming. So you can see the Moon Presence almost seems to take like blood echoes. That white color turns it directly into blood, and then can like transform it into like an arcane type of mist. Oh damn it. I screwed up my visceral attack because I broke his leg. So we should be able to like show it like recovering its limbs. So at this point, it's able to conjure like multiple orbs out of the ground. They will eventually turn red, and then when they hit the ground, they like resort into like this dark red and like blackish kind of mist. Okay, so that's it healing its limbs. It seems to take like the white blood echo color, and then it changes it into like a black mist, which regenerates its limbs, so they're no longer broken. I kind of want to restart the fight just to like show off what it looks like in the visceral, but it's not terribly important, I guess. Oh, there we go. Killing it gives us 230,000 echoes and the nightmare slain.
Are you cold? Oh, good hunter.
And so that's like the final secret ending of the game. The player transforms into the figure of an infant great one, a kind of slug baby, which pretty much everybody who plays the game is just like, what? At the end of it. Quite honestly, like the first time I fought Gehrman and the Moon Presence, I had like no real idea of what to expect. I thought just one thing that like would have gone along with like the nature of the FromSoft games in general would be like you only had the one shot to kill the Moon Presence after killing Gehrman. Otherwise, it was like you got the second ending and not the third ending of the game. So I ended up killing Gehrman, and I immediately fought the Moon Presence, and I managed to kill it with 0 blood vials. Sorry, that's just a little bit too loud. So I managed to kill Gehrman and the Moon Presence my first try with ending with 0 blood vials. So I was just kind of like in a state of like stupor at the end of it. I was a little bit over leveled from having done like the Chalice Dungeon side content at the time, but it was still a bit of a challenge trying to like mentally handle like trying to kill like 2 bosses in one go.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion.
And then we just kind of go back into New Game Plus. So yeah, thank you Sundry for the GGs. I appreciate that, and I'm glad you got to see some new animations from that Moon Presence fight. So when we do wake up, we do get that whole handwritten scroll, seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. And now that we know everything about the game, we know that pale blood is that reference to the Moon Presence. So let's go ahead and try to run past this dumb Scourge Beast to see if that Beast Patient crucifix is the same. I wouldn't be terribly surprised if it was, but it definitely would be a cool callback. You say you hadn't seen some of those MP animations, or maybe they were happening, but you were fighting for your life and didn't notice. Yeah, I can believe that as well. Leave me alone. And then we'll hear the cleric beast screeching at us. Always a good time. Some more pebbles, always useful. So the first one should be down there. So yeah, they look to be pretty similar. Yeah, maybe it's not like covered in so much moss. So yeah, it's pretty much the same kind of crucifix for these guys over here. Alright, so that's pretty much that. Yeah, so going back to like the whole Squid Baby ending, like that really gives a lot of people a pause. So let's open this up and go back to the Hunter's Dream and talk about that. Because nobody really sees that ending coming. You think that you've like done the good thing by killing the big bad of the Moon Presence, but you end up becoming maybe a replacement Moon Presence. It can leave like a pretty bad taste in people's mouths. As I was saying, like the first time I ended up like beating Gamer into the Moon Presence, I ended it with 0 blood vials, and I was just kind of like in a state of like stupor, like having finally like completed the game, just because it was pretty tough. It was really riveting, and I enjoyed myself a lot once I got really into it. And so like I didn't even like process that third ending at all. I had to actually go back onto YouTube and watch it and be like, what? So uh, yeah, it's definitely one of the weird endings for FromSoft's games. And Sundry says you think everyone felt the same. So yeah, this is the Hunter's Dream. Most obviously, the doll is not active, but I think if we use a bold mark, a bold hunter's mark, even here, she'll be active again since we have insight on us. Just acceleration and confusion. Yeah. So as far as the mechanics of turning into the infant great one, that's kind of hard to explain. We don't really have the full answers. Go figure. One thought that I have is after taking the umbilical cords, it could give the player like eyes on the inside or like an inner third eye since it's the third cord. So it could give you like that third eye, and since third eyes are kind of representative of enlightenment, that might have been what they're going for with that symbolism with the cord of the eye. But so let's say you gain enlightenment just from the chords themselves. It doesn't seem like that is quite enough to turn you into a great one. It might take all of the blood echoes that the moon presence has absorbed over the course of the hunt, and so that might be like a kind of middle ground between blood and insight to give you that kind of great one status. And going back into like the imagery of an umbilical cord itself, that could represent how an infant has to absorb the nutrients from its mother in order to grow, or maybe not even an infant is the right word, but like how a fetus or an embryo grows from relying on absorbing the nutrients from its mother's bloodstream. And so maybe by taking 3 cords, it gives you like what's the word, a formless cord of your own, so you're actually able to metabolize the blood echoes for yourself. That allows you to become an infant great one. So what the case truly is, we don't really know. Those are just some of the ideas that I have about it. And so Sundry says we died and we were born as a slug baby. Like what happened to our human form? It's most likely that we did transform into that slug, and the only hint that we really gain towards that ending is in the trophy description, which is pretty vague. This ending is called The Childhood's Beginning, and it says, you became an infant great one, lifting humanity into its next childhood. There is a slight difference in the Japanese description of that trophy. It's more like um, the beginning of infancy or infancy's beginning, and it says it's proof of becoming an infant great one yourself. the evolution of man has entered its next infancy. And so this does seem to have a bit more of a positive spin on it, I think, by saying like you're the evolution of man, you're a step above man, so you've transcended man, maybe in a bit of a positive sense. But just depending on each person's personal preference about interpreting that, you can either see yourself as becoming something better than the moon presence, or maybe just replacing the moon presence and causing the cycle to continue no matter what ending you choose to complete. So I think both interpretations can be valid, especially looking at like some of the other endings in the FromSoft games. But repeating cycles is something that comes up quite a bit in like Dark Souls, and so uh, I could also see that extending to Bloodborne. I like to see it personally that we are probably becoming a more perfect Great One, probably something better than the Moon Presence and like better than the Brain of Mensis. And part of my belief is that is if we did take the three eye chords, that might have given us perfect eyes on the inside, not malformed ones, which cause like the brain to become rotten, and hopefully like we don't end up with a form similar to the Moon Presences, where like our hunger consumes us to the point like our bodies are completely emaciated and the ribs are completely exposed. So I do like to interpret it a bit more positively, even though it is a bit creepy. And so that whole idea just does tie into one of the things that I brought up in conjunction with like the suspicious beggar, and that would be like, does meaning like transcending humanity mean we must leave like the values and the morality of humanity behind? And if so, is that something like we as humans can agree with? Like, if we must evolve as human beings, like, what does that really mean for like the current state of humanity? Is there no progression then to leave humanity behind? Those are the kind of interesting questions that I think Bloodborne presents the players to think about for themselves. So, unless you guys have any more comments, I think that'll go ahead and sum up this lore through. So, I'll go ahead and thank everybody who's stopped by and supported, commented in the Twitch chat or the YouTube videos that I upload these to later. So, feel free to join the Discord. I probably won't be streaming for a while yet, and probably not until after the PlayStation 5 releases, and most likely a 1.0 playthrough of the game, just to highlight some of the differences between the versions. And so there'll be more news about that there if you choose to follow. But if not, I understand. It's a small community, and I like to keep my Discord servers tidy as well. So no pressure at all. What about a Sekiro boss through? I don't think I really have the setup to do that because I have the PC version of Sekiro, and I'm not so sure how well my computer can handle playing Sekiro as well as streaming it. But it's an interesting idea as well. So thanks for bringing it up. I'm glad you've enjoyed yourself to stick around so far. And once again, thank you for coming to the stream, everybody, or watching these videos later. This will conclude Fear the Old Lore 2.0, and I hope to see you all again soon. Have a good night.